over the news yesterday?
What's going
I just know everyone's curious, any fans who may have seen that I'm being sued, me and my wife. But every news outlet was calling me yesterday. I didn't realize how famous I still am. I mean, evidently I'm still of great interest. But
right.
Anyway, if you're curious about my situation here, in a nutshell, let me just say this. The lawsuit's completely baseless and desperate. And so we're letting our lawyer handle it. Kind of. I'm going to leave it at that.
I kept thinking, no, they had to be talking about somebody else. You know?
Well, so did I.
I heard the name. I was like, it's not.
A lot of interest, but I assure you it's not that interesting. But of having been successful on the radio, and what can I tell you? That's we'll see. Anyway,
You don't even leave the house. What could you have done? What did you do?
do anything.
Other ways.
Howard tries to continue on business as usual, but his world starts to crumble.
He comes to the studio early, and when it's dark out, he's got his driver. So that's a terrible way to live, too. He's got tremendous guilt that he's no longer with his wife. He's got to have tremendous guilt that his 3 children are seeing, you know. That he's got to go over a friend's house, use their house so he can spend time with his 3 children.
Sara's the producer, wonderful and bright. Holds it all together through the chaos every night. Camilla on the couch, great queen with a tune. Sassy little meal that'll ruin John's whole mood. This is the Deppening. Whoa. John's a mess, Sara's the best, Camilla's fasten, Davyd's crashing the Deppening. Deeper now. Tune in every week, let's get deep.
You can't just pass out on your knees.
That's ridiculous.
Get the fuck up! I'm not shitting you, man. You want no $1,000 bucks? Call a lawyer.
I could sit here and read live commercials and just make tons of money for the company. I could tell you the same thing over and over again.
I can't be tagged as the guy who's a dick.
They must be so jealous of me. I'm so successful. And they're just kind of not. You know what I mean? I mean, I feel the jealousy. That's why I don't leave my house. Don't you also sort of harbor some resentment, even though it's not logical, but you resent your baby for being in the way of your career?
Because we don't want the Japs anymore.
Because I want respect.
Some people say our show was the first reality show. I don't think there's one thing I've ever said on the radio that would have been found indecent or obscene. The secret to my show is honesty, reality. That I will say the truth.
We had a once in a lifetime, but I just didn't know it till my life fell apart. A second once in a lifetime isn't too much to ask, 'cause I swear from the heart, if ever you're in my arms again, this time I'll love you much better. If ever you're in my arms again, this time I'll hold you forever. This time will never end. And you hear tendrils singing harmonies in the background. Let's see Prince cover that son of a bitch, huh? I know Prince and Peabo Bryson were very close and tight, and they dated all the same women. And I know you're a huge Peabo Bryson fan, Tendrils, and I know Camfran is, who hopefully will be by later. So rest in peace, Robert Peebo Bryson, 1951, 2026. And if you're
Wow.
lucky, I might sing "Tonight I'll Celebrate My Love for You" at the end of this. Maybe I will. It's such a harmony, you know. Anyway, welcome everyone. Lotus Notes. What the hell is this? 79. We have Tendrils for her legal expertise, as is really one of the heavy hitters at Sony. Really was all behind the Simon Cowell replacing Howard on America's Got Talent, and leaked that email, and it was a crazy time, and really just a heavy hitter in show business and Sony in general. And we're going to comment on the new court filings. I don't want to club you over the head with too much court filings, Tendrils. As you know, they're tough. They're a tough read for people who aren't in the biz. So that's why I have them narrated. That's why I have paragraph breaks. But this is good stuff.
I want to just start out with the disclaimer. I am not a licensed attorney, but I have worked in a law firm for almost 7 years. Law is not universal across the country, so laws in California and New York may differ, but they're likely similar or the same. So I'm providing commentary.
And you know, you were proving it in the comments, and this is you're very savvy with court documents and filings, right? I mean, the language, what they're saying, and then you know the landscape with Howard, so you're very qualified to do this.
Well, I did want to comment on an observation that
Here comes Prince. Here comes Prince, everyone. Here comes the first.
No. No, I wanted to make an observation. You were commenting on the language that was being used as a possible way to frustrate the other side.
Yes, I'm passionate about that.
So I definitely understand what you're saying, and I was thinking about it last night. The use of descriptors on their end is kind of overkill, because they're trying to paint her 41 Ways to Sunday as crazy.
Isn't it always overkill, though, from both sides of the language?
Sometimes. It depends. She would likely, if she was representing herself and she was going up against them on her own, she might be frustrated, sidelined, scared, etc. But
hold that thought 1 second. I just want to explain to everybody. We are obviously talking about the Leslie, I got her middle name, Leslie Miller Kuhn, toxic work environment firing an NDA lawsuit versus the Skeleton Twins N112. The gist of the lawsuit is not just a hostile work environment, and two people who have never worked don't know what a work environment is, but it is the ability to talk about your experiences when you go on to other jobs. That is the gist. They had to put a money figure, so they threw out some figure to get it filed, and it's 1.5 million, and that's where we're at. I'm sorry, Tendrils, you go on.
No worries.
Please resume.
But an attorney is able to look at all those descriptors and pretty much throw them out the window and just look at the legalese, what the legal language is.
That takes skill to sift through that filing like that and go, this is bullshit, this is bullshit, this is bullshit. And then you cut to the meat of it. I mean, I'm getting good at that now. Like, I'm actually good at, not good, I'm getting better at speed reading through this shit. Oh, that he repeats himself, bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Oh, there's some stuff. And I'm actually, when I do these court filings and I have them narrated, I am actually editing some bullshit out when I do it.
Wow. Yeah. I just wanted to add that perspective.
No, that's exactly what I want to know. But I do believe it's meant to intimidate. But so many $20 words and so many threats, and you say Miss Kuhn, or you say, you don't say the person's name. You want to make it look as threatening as possible, or as cold as possible. But at the same time, they're trying to be courteous. They try to be classy while they're lighting you up at the same time, which is bizarre. Like they'll truly yours at the end, even though you just shit on them for 4 paragraphs.
Yeah. Sincerely.
Yeah, sincerely. All right, Barbara DeRush. Let's just say some hi to the people in the chat. Barbara DeRush, welcome. How's the football? Ed Rush, more Rush than a Paul Abdul Best of album, right? Sky Spectre, Housey says, perfect day for a show. I'm sitting at home. That we did just for you, Housey. This is just for you, the show. Will the Skeleton Twins be courtside at MSG for game 3? God, I hope not, but he's friends with James Dolan, so who knows? Next week, I might do a Howard Poser Nick fan show. Regardless of who wins and whatever, I'm going to do that. And I'm going to go over all the poser moments of Howard pretending to be a Nick fan and poke holes in it, and it should be some fun. One of the better things to goof on him is his fake just jumping on bandwagons, and the very thing wrong with the New York Knicks is people like Howard feel a safe zone to go to the Garden, and they've priced out. You know, it's funny. Mayor Mamdani, who I like a lot, but I think he's showing up to game 3, and it's like the Knicks are the antithesis of everything you stand for. It is elitist unaffordability in New York. Like, they are the face of unaffordability. You should be boycotting it, right, Tendrils?
Yeah,
I think I think the nose. So they did in 1999 a Knicks Spurs ticket at the NBA Finals in the nosebleeds was $50. It is now $5,000.
Oh my
Nosebleeds,
God.
the worst seat in the house.
Yeah,
Anthony,
that's
welcome. Casey Derula, welcome. He had zero guilt that he's no longer with his ex. And I was thinking that same thing. There's this fake thing that Howard tried to float this thing. God, my marriage crushed me when it ended. He loved every minute of that. He couldn't wait to force his way out of it. So Allison had to push for the divorce. So she looks like the bad guy. He loves it. Nobody sounded more giddy after a divorce than him, especially Tendrils when it's a year and a half after it actually happened. Right? When you announced it in 99.
Well, he also got to be a victim about it.
Of course. It's one of the main attributes he will paint himself at. And in the documentary, which is better than I thought, and this is a Pink Sheep recommendation, the MSNBC Howard document, it is to promote Sirius, but he does not have creative control and editing control over it. So, and I was surprised. I was going through some, and your evidence is Pat Cooper in the beginning of this would never be called upon by them because he was on the Sirius outs with the show. He was banned from the Sirius building at that time when that was made. So they didn't even consult with him, who they used. Kevin Matheny, Pig Vomit, is in it.
It would be
Thank you, Sky
interesting to see
Spectre.
if he
Thank
tried
you.
to. It would be interesting to see if he litigated against them at all.
That's a great question. Because, I mean, who litigates, right? I mean, he was in full blown, and especially with all that's, $100 million a year backing him. I wonder if he, you know what? Because of America's Got Talent, I'm going to say he held back on that. I'm going to say he didn't actually pull the trigger on suing them, but I'm sure the threat was there. Skivos, Pate, that is a reference. Thank you, Fred Derp. Thank you for the dono you meant, sir. And safe travels on the job, as they say on the force. Here is something for Fred Derp.
You are the dream I never knew I had.
Little West End town is that out of the world. East End, West End.
Here's one Sara made.
You know what?
Sorry, Tendrils, go ahead.
No, what's funny about the one that Sara made, Howard would consider himself too fat in that
yes
outfit.
Right, love handles. Good. That's a WNBC physique. Yes, good call, good catch. The guy that faked a back injury in the studio is an effing weirdo. I wonder what that whole story was with that. We played that on here. He was a guy they call, I forget what the bit was. And then he pulled the thing where he just threw himself on the floor. It's as weird as he is. It is great to see Howard rattled like that and have to get up and scream at him. That's a rare, real moment in the studio like that. We love when they're all rattled. We love it. And then he's pulling the lawyer. You never hear him say the lawyer thing right at the end. Call a lawyer. I've never heard him say that on the air. The audio gets distorted at the end, and the outro sounds mushy. I don't know what that means. Build a Lego. Rip Hebo Bryson super chat. Yes. So if at the end here, I'm going to read this. Thank you, Sara. If able, please donate via Cash App, upper left, Venmo, upper right, or the Buy Me a Coffee address in the middle. Super chats, super stickers, and memberships are now available as well. You can also join us over at Patreon, patreon.com. Hey, Tendrils, are you up for a Jump Street? See, I want to have you during a high school episode, not a prison episode, because you have to tell your story about Tendrils actually had a Jump Street narc in her high school.
Yeah.
Is it a long story? I don't want to
Do you want me to spot the jump show, or you want to just me tell both times?
You can tell it here if you want.
Yeah. So it's funny. I told you in one of the Prince shows that I grew up around gangs, and I grew up in the ghetto, and we went to school on the other side of town, and that's where the rich people lived.
What's the school? What's the type? South LA, right?
No. This was in Orange County. That's where I grew up.
Okay.
Yeah, in Fountain Valley. And so one day, this exchange student from France shows up, and he's introduced, like he was in one of my classes, so that's how I knew about him. And then, so he's introduced this, French student. So everyone was like on him, like 24/7. They wanted to,
giving attention.
Yeah,
right,
they wanted to ask him questions. What's it like? This and that. How do you like America? And it's so funny because he had like a 5 o'clock shadow by the time it's 5 o'clock. Okay.
5 a.m.
And he also was like really built. Like, I mean, the only people in our school that were built like that maybe were wrestlers or football players. And he had a mullet. This was back in the 80s. And it's funny because the like the Mexican kids, like the gang kids, they avoided him completely because I think they knew right away that something was up.
Really? They had like a radar for a narc radar?
Totally.
Wow.
Totally. It was only the white kids. And one day at lunch,
What do you suppose the gist of his assignment was? What was he looking for specifically?
Drugs.
Is it just drugs? Okay.
Drugs.
It's not always drugs.
Maybe other stuff, but it definitely was drugs.
Okay.
And then one day at lunch in the middle of like the campus, he just like grabbed this kid and threw handcuffs on him. And then like all these cops like came from out of nowhere.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And so he was a narc. And it's funny because the Mexican kids or like the gang members and shit, they avoided him probably because they were able to suss him out and they sensed that he was not normal. And plus they were selling drugs too. So he didn't even get the right people. He only got like the white drug dealers.
Did Captain Fuller show up when they converged on the campus? You don't know Captain Fuller.
No,
never mind. It's a
don't.
character. Okay, here's at what point in the semester did the person show up?
It was in either.
And how long was the assignment?
It was either second or third, and
middle of the year. Okay.
Yeah, it was not the beginning. It was the middle. I think he started in the middle and made it most of the way through the term. He was there for like 2 or 3 months at least.
Wow. Okay. So yeah, I don't know if they try to round it out at the end of the semester because it looks too fishy if they leave at a, so you can only do that once, right? Your school can only be infiltrated once because from any time you get an exchange or a new kid come in, you're always going to be suspicious of it. By the way, did anybody go to the person's house, hung out with them off hours?
You know, that's probably a yes. I mean, it wouldn't have been me because, you know, I was from the ghetto town. So I wasn't hanging around with the, you know, those kids. But probably the answer is yes. I'm sure part of the sting operation, you know.
Sometimes they'll go as far as having an older cop be the parent of them, and they'll have some confiscated, condemned house they'll use to pose to take it that far. I don't. I don't.
No, they would have had to been in my neighborhood for that.
Yeah. Because you would be at some point like you want to hang. You have to have your bases covered outside of school, but I'm sure they do their best to not hang out with them outside of school. But then again, you want the bust. So what if that's when it all goes down? That's fascinating. Not a lot of people. So 2 months, 3 months.
Yeah, probably 2 or 3 months.
Middle of the semester to the end.
3. Yeah, probably a full semester.
All right. And you will tell that story on the Jump Street episode you're going to be on and to give, as we go along, the perspective of what was like watching that person interact and who they sat with and attendance, the whole thing. You come in as a French student, right? Because, well, it's a great cover because like, why would you could pretend to be French. No one's going to push back on it, right? That was Holly Robinson's major, as a matter of fact. She had 2 Jump Street assignments where she did that. Played a French student because she speaks fluid French.
Oh, okay.
On the actual show.
Speaking about drugs, so one time I've been to France. I've been to France 4 times, and one time on the way back
with Philistine, right? With Philipstein.
Are you philatelist?
That's it.
Yeah. So we were coming back from France. We were in the terminal, and there was a very, very young girl. She looked like she was 15,
Lily
maybe. And she was like tussling with a man, a grown man. And I got scared because I thought, oh my God, this guy's trying to kidnap this girl or assault her or something. That girl that looked like she was 15, she was an undercover agent, and a drug bust played right out in front of us.
Damn.
They grabbed the suitcases, they pulled out all the drugs, they handcuffed these guys and just had them sitting against the wall.
I want to see that in person. Why can't I see that in person? Jesus Christ.
It was crazy. It was just, it was crazy because it was so weird.
You got 2 of them and I have none. You have 2 of these and I have none. God damn it. I'm jealous. $12,000 a ticket for Monday night's game, says Casey Derula. $12,000. How is he and Casey Derula say that? Insane.
That's
MSG
sad.
should give Rupert Pumpkin, welcome. Little Deathhead with a cameo appearance. Sara has gifted 5 memberships down here. If anyone wants to jump on those, I have titties and a belly, Robin. Yeah, that's what he would say during that, without question. It was a contest for the worst comedian or something. That's what the guy threw himself on the floor. I forget what the thing was. It could be that. It's a random. Somebody buy a Depphead a membership, please, says Sara. Listen to the outro. Epstein isn't alive to place that bet on the Knicks. So yeah, Sara showed me from the Epstein files that's really disturbing NBA's fixed email where Jeffrey Epstein gets sent an email where the guy predicts, this was sent back in 2019, and he predicts every NBA champion correctly from 2019 to modern day. And he chose the Knicks in 2026. This is a 2019 email. Every single one of those champions came true in this email. And I'm surprised it's not getting more traction.
Wow.
Mullet's rule. It is possible to listen live, but also at 1.5 the speed, says Brendan. Likes something weird about this so-called death cud to be alive, says Little Depphead. Do something about your mullet. Stupid ass white kids. Typical, says Brendan. Arm, this is way back. Captain Janko also could have. I said this, Pink Sheep, that we missed out on Captain Janko and Fuller together would have been great. If Frederick Forrest, rest in peace, chose to stay on the show, you could have had Janko and Fuller at the same time. And that would have been tremendous play, those two playing off each other in dichotomy. All right, here we go. This is from the Leslie Kuhn Skeleton Twin files. Document court filing number 50. It is from Howard's team of lawyers, Mark Garton, to John Leonard, as he realizes that Leslie Miller Kuhn is not backing down, and they're accusing Beth of forging the documents, which I totally believe.
Separation agreement and general release.
This is her separation agreement and general. So this is what was sent to Leslie Kuhn when she got fired. Verbatim. Everything here is right out of the court filing and what she received. This is what the Skeleton Twins send you when you get fired.
Separation agreement and general release. This is a separation agreement and general release between Leslie Miller Kuhn and 112 Incorporated. The term party or parties shall refer to you, the company, or both. 1. Termination. Whether or not you execute this agreement, your employment with the company shall be considered terminated as of February 27, 2026. You will be paid for all services rendered up to and including the separation date and your accrued 5 vacation days and 2 personal days. If you do not sign and comply with this agreement, your health benefits, if any, shall terminate on February 28, 2026.
Now that sounds threatening right off the bat, Tendrils, right?
Yeah.
Is that a normal severance? You know paid up to 5 vacation days, 2 personal days, and then February 28th, we're terminating your health benefits.
Okay, well,
God forbid a billionaire pays your health benefits.
She worked for them for quite a period of time, right?
22.
22 months?
From 2022.
Okay.
But at Sirius and Castle Gayskull.
So I'm gonna say this is like the most chintzy, stingy ass separation termination agreement. I mean, 5 vacation days and 2 personal days.
Yeah.
And
is that's for the whole year? That's what she gets for the whole year? 5 vacation days and 2 personal days, right? You would figure she hasn't taken any, so that's the whole year she gets.
It sounds extremely unlikely that would be a year.
That's 1 week for Howard. No kittens in the severance package, just Rupert Pumpkin. Okay, so we move on here. Hold on.
You may be entitled to continue your medical coverage upon its termination, at your own expense, pursuant to...
Thank you. You're letting me pay for my own medical benefits. Thank you. Thank you, Skeleton Twins. Thank you, Mark Garton. Did they really write that, Tendrils?
Yes.
We're giving you the privilege to pay for your own benefits?
Well, part of it, I mean, this introduction sounds like such gaslighting because it's so ridiculous. You know, I mean, the way that it's framed right here, you would have expected her to have worked for them for just 2 months.
Yeah.
I mean,
Rupert Pumpkin says, I received 60 days pay, health insurance, 401k match when I was terminated from my last consulting firm during COVID. Jesus. Leslie thinks writing a book will pay her more than whatever Howard will settle for Leslie probably signing NDA. But also, too, Andrew Jenkins, you got to realize, and I really empathize with this, she has to be able to interview for other jobs. And if she can't talk about this bullshit, they're going to never hire her again. She'll never get hired again. Like, what happened? Oh, well, we'll just assume you were the worst employee ever if you can't talk about it. right? Wouldn't you assume that on someone?
Yeah, and this separation agreement, this termination agreement, this is pre-litigation. Is this before she sued them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
This is such good proof. Howard is so fucking cheap that he couldn't have just showered her with just the most beautiful package, so she just didn't have to worry for 5 years, and it would mean nothing to him. It would cost him nothing.
I know.
Instead, he's given her 5 vacation and 2 personal days, so she's like, "What the hell? I'm going to write a book."
Absolutely. And she didn't actually say I'm writing a book. Their biggest fears of that. She's not going, "Oh, I'm putting you on Front Street. I'm writing books. I'm doing documentary." She didn't say that. She just said she wants to tell a story. They're assuming she wants to do that because they're so narcissistic. They're so like insane. They think the whole world's looking at anyone who Googles themselves 10,000 times a day, right? They think, "Oh God, she may not want to do that at all." But they're so full of themselves. How could she possibly not want to write a book about irrelevant me? And also, too, and I've gone through this, everything, and I'm sure you're privy to this in documents you read, is all about you're lucky to have been here. You're lucky we're doing that. Every time they write something back, it's you're lucky we're giving you this. You're lucky you're getting this much. You're lucky that we don't do that. It's always we're cutting you a break. Every sentence is we're cutting you a break. You're lucky you're getting this, right? This is the best you're ever going to get. It's not like, oh, there's no one else is going to cut you this kind of deal. Is the way they frame it.
I mean, this introduction to this separation agreement is downright insulting.
And they know that.
It's literally a slap in the face.
Yep.
Just to add
I'm sorry.
No, just to add context, when I was laid off by Sony, I had guaranteed
their loss, by the way. Their fucking loss.
It is their loss.
It is.
I had guaranteed health care for a year because I was in the union.
They wouldn't even give you a PlayStation 4 subscription for a year. They wouldn't even do that for you, Tendrils.
No, they didn't, and they wouldn't. But I had healthcare for a year, and when it came time to pay for the insurance rate, the insurance, it was $18,000.
Oh my God!
Yeah, so they're saying you may be entitled to continue your medical coverage with Cobra. Okay.
It's such a stupid system across the board. Like, what about the people who never use their insurance? Like, there are people who they have great insurance. They just never go to the doctor for years. And so they should be able to I didn't use my insurance for a full year. I'm giving it to someone. I'm giving it to this. I'm sending it to this person. I didn't touch my insurance. I didn't go to the doctor once. I'm giving my insurance to this person to use it because I didn't do shit. And I could have completely taken advantage of it.
Yeah, or when it comes time for the person to use their insurance, I shouldn't pay anything because I've just been paying all this money for no.
Yes,
I've not even used it.
18 grand. God, what a horrible system. We've gone, the medical system here has been eviscerated left to right. You can't do it enough, quite honestly.
Yeah. I mean, people can say what they want about unions. I was in the union at Sony, and my medical and dental for both, and it was the best medical, the best dental I ever had in my entire working life, was $600 a year.
Wow.
Who pays $600 for a doctor visit?
Yep.
Let alone your insurance and deductibles and all that. Yeah, I had great coverage there.
I had a checkup once because I had passed out when I was running in the humidity. And they go, you got just get checked out. It was my work did it. They made me go to the emergency room, and I didn't want to go. They ran me through some tests, just general checkup, $5 grand. $5 grand. It was 20 minutes. $5 grand. If I were John Leonard, the lawyer, I would have just wrote back. As soon as I saw the word Cobra, I got your Cobra right here. I just put a fucking picture and grabbed my crotch. It's just
Cobra and or state continuation coverage. Your rights, if any, under Cobra to continue your health benefits at your own expense will be explained under separate cover. If you execute and comply with this agreement, your health benefits will be extended per the terms set forth below in Section 2.
It's all about the tendrils. It's all about, we are going to threaten you, blackmail you, make you seem like you're getting away with something. You cannot tell your story. We will do anything for you to not anything, but we will do, the only time we will be accountable and the only thing we're going to give you is when you are not to tell your story at all. And they are terrified. And that's just, there's people with shit to hide, tons of shit to hide. And again, if you weren't so disabled, if you weren't so helpless and clueless and out of touch, you wouldn't need 50,000 assistants for every goddamn thing. And this is Beth, who has nothing to do. You shouldn't need all this help. And this is what happens, right? When you have all these cooks and chefs and assistants and you can't do shit. But they're so civilian phobic. They don't think these people should even be in their presence and know what they're doing. You can't have it both ways. We want we want 15 cars in the driveway of everybody doing everything for us, but they're not allowed to know what we do. But they have to be in our house in order to do this stuff.
Well, there's no way that they're going to, have that many people involved in their life and those people not know what's going on.
Exactly. But only he could think that they can't talk about their. I have to shut it down. They can't talk about their experience here.
2. Severance.
If Howard wasn't allowed to talk about WNBC, he'd have no show, right? How many times has he beaten that to death? It'd be like WNBC saying to Howard, you can't talk about your time here. He'd have no show, right? It's one of the three things that he knows how to talk about. Showered her with the most beautiful package, this pink sheep.
Consideration for your execution of and compliance with this agreement and your release of all claims against the company and releasees. As defined and set forth in paragraph 3 below, the company agrees to provide you with a severance payment of $35,700 gross.
Okay, that's the severance payment. Supposedly she was getting upward of, they claim they were going to give her almost 300 grand a year. I think they just threw that out there to fire her. She never got it, never even executed. So whatever the severance is, 35,000. How do you come by 35,700? Is that like divided by something? It's a weird number, right?
So as it's being laid out up to this point, it sounds like they're prorating everything. Like it's prorated. In other words, that 35,000 is based on a percentage of her entire salary. The 5 days is based on the entire available vacation in a year. That's what it sounds like to me. They're prorating it. They're not giving her a full severance. When I was laid off from Sony, my total severance, including my vacation, was almost that much. And I worked for Sony for 15 years.
Wow.
And I didn't make her salary for sure. So it sounds prorated, however, how they're calculating all this.
And it's meant to dazzle her so she goes along with whatever their NDA gag order is. That she's supposed to be so dazzled by that you'll never get hired again. You can't tell your story in an interview. No one's ever going to hire you. So this should get you by for the rest of your life. Rupert Pumpkin says, I'm one of those employees that pay for the bill, has health insurance and never used it for years and years and years. I heard ARM gets his insurance from Enron. Brad Gray told me that. You got it. I'm still on it. Jesus Christ. That HBO is a motherfucker. I don't know how you knew that, Andrew Jenkins. Cobra is a joke. It's not worth the paper it's printed on. That's what I hear, Housey Football. That's what I hear. Brendan says, I thought Cobra was going to elicit a G.I. Joe reference. I know, Brendan, right? That's only Destro, Storm Shadow, and Zartan and Firefly have that insurance. You're right, Brendan. Cobra's got some plan. Destro and Cobra Commander get all the best health care from Dr. Mindbender and Storm Shadow, and all the goons get nothing. In Germany, I was in the hospital for 3 days. I had to pay 10 euros, says King. Am I right? Jesus Christ. Jesus, 10 days. 3 days.
You want
Cobra is Howard's nickname for Ralph. Ooh, God.
You want to hear something else? My husband's in France. He had a health event here in the States and had to go back to France because of the healthcare system that they have there. He's had life-saving medical care, and he has paid nothing because he paid his taxes. His taxes already pay for it. And once a year, he gets to go on a retreat with 9 other people, 2 people to a room, private chef, activities for 10 days or whatever.
That sounds like a Real Housewives vacation or something. What they would do in in any given season.
And that is considered healthcare for mental health.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
And he doesn't pay a dime for it.
That's crazy.
We are so ripped off here in the States.
Would you be able to go on that trip with him, or do you have to work for the company in order to do it?
No, I don't think I would be able to.
Is it a +1?
I don't think so. No, it's because of the medical care that he has needed, why that's available to him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's great. That's phenomenal. That's why you're moving to France, right?
Yeah. I can't wait.
Now I pay $1,800 a month, says Rupert Pumpkin, for BCBS. And you shouldn't even have to pay. I mean, that's a lot of money still. It is. And it's crazy. Brian Hyde, right? Don't tell Brian Hyde about that, tendrils. He's got a birthday on a leap year. This is 2019, says Bill DeLego. I can't remember why, but I want to go see a doctor and pay $150 just for him to tell me no. That's exactly right. It's amazing. I've had some visits where you go, but he didn't do shit. Like, you just go in there and the guy says, you know what? Stay on the Lexapro. It seems like it's doing all right. And that's it. That's it. That's the whole meeting. And he gets whatever it is, like $150. That's it. 15 seconds. Cult of Stern is truly the most bizarre aspects of Howard, says Rupert Pumpkin. No interviews, no outside gigs, no nothing. Just get abused on air for free. And you got to put up with it. It really is. It really is the very personification of a cult.
The company shall pay the severance payment as salary continuation in accordance with the company's payroll practices after this agreement becomes irrevocable pursuant to paragraph 18. The company will deduct from the severance payment withholding taxes and other deductions which it is required by law to make from wage payments to employees. If you timely elect to continue to receive health benefits coverage under the company's health plan pursuant to COBRA, the company shall pay to the company's health care provider your monthly COBRA premium for 6 calendar months immediately following the health benefits termination date, i.e., from March 1, 2026 through August 31, 2026. The company shall no longer be obligated to provide you with the COBRA payment in the event that.
Think about what a hypochondriac Howard is, right? Like, seemingly the guy has a high colonic every 3 days. He's getting he's getting mercury checks. We really feel as if he has like an on-call physician that lives on the fucking in Castle Gayskull. If he's doing half this shit he claimed, could you imagine him? What his hypochondriac bullshit for 1 month? How much you'd have to pay if just out of your own pocket? If he actually does that,
yeah,
it's like thousands of dollars.
And I think, if I remember correctly, someone said that Howard Stern gets blood transfusions from gay teens.
I mean, I saw a special on, oh God, what the hell was I watching? And it was really mirrored what I feel about Howard. The person had a plastic, like the bigger the house it is, was solely for plastic surgery, equipment and all. You need this house, so it's the healing process. See, okay, it was a woman who was housing plastic surgery patients and paying them to heal. So apparently it was to take 2 months. I'm sorry, 2 weeks or a month to heal. And I've always felt that that's what Howard's like vacation time was. That's the gist of, not as he's just lazy and creatively bankrupt, but all the plastic surgeries is he needs insane time off to heal. And he's been accused of that since like the early 2000s. I have no doubt that's what's going on. That's why Kimmel visits him for like a month at a time.
1. You opt for coverage that varies from what you had while you were employed by the company. 2. You subsequently become eligible for alternative coverage or become ineligible for continued coverage for some other reason. Or 3. You either do not execute this agreement, you revoke this agreement, or you breach this agreement. Thereafter, you will be fully responsible for COBRA premiums.
It's like 3 paragraphs to say, we're giving you the privilege of paying your own insurance when this runs out. And then you're going to thank us. You should be privileged that we're allowing you to pay your own insurance. It's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid. There's the egomania in running through them to think that she should feel privileged for that.
Yeah,
Housing Football says, I have zero experience with celebrities, but I wonder how many. Yeah, the NDA thing is a huge thing now. I think it's a copycat league with celebrities. That one person talks to another person. They go, "Oh, you gotta have your assistant sign an NDA." I got, God, they sent all my shit to TMZ, and God damn it, it's the most embarrassing thing ever. I thought I was gonna get canceled. They all talk, and they fucking copy off each other with the NDAs.
Yeah, this agreement is insulting.
Except as set forth in paragraph 2 and above, you shall receive no other salary, bonus, contractual payment, or payout of vacation, sick or personal leave or other benefits from the company.
Good reference, build a Lego.
You acknowledge that unless you enter into this agreement, you would not otherwise receive any severance benefits from the company. The company's provision to you of the severance benefits is not, and should not be construed as, an admission of liability or wrongdoing by the company. 3. Release of claims. In consideration for the severance payment, which you acknowledge to be good and valuable consideration, you knowingly and voluntarily release and forever discharge the company. Any of the company's respective parents, subsidiaries, divisions, and related companies, as well as SiriusXM and Beth's Furry Friends Foundation, and any of their past and present directors, managers, officers, shareholders, partners, employees, agents.
Look at this covering their own ass. And so it's like saying you can't communicate. This is like what Grillo is talking about, and some of the current employees, how they're not allowed to talk to anybody. It almost makes me think that this is enforced where, like, once you leave this show, like, nobody talks to you. Look at this list. So she's getting, this is like, you are not to communicate with anybody even remotely associated with the show.
Any of the company's respective parents, subsidiaries, divisions. 3. Release of claims.
In consideration
for the severance payment, which you acknowledge to be good and valuable consideration, you knowingly and voluntarily release and forever discharge the company. Any of the company's respective parents, subsidiaries, divisions, and related companies, as well as SiriusXM and Beth's Furry Friends Foundation, and any of their past and present directors, managers, officers, shareholders, partners, employees, agents, representatives, attorneys, and servants, and each of their predecessors, successors, and assigns. And Howard Stern and Beth Ostrowski Stern in their individual and official capacities. And all of the Stearns family members, personal and business associates, employees, agents, representatives, successors, and assigns from any and all complaints, causes of action, or claims for relief, of any nature whatsoever, known or unknown.
Dead or alive. This is insane. It's like saying, we're going to control who you can be friends with, communicate with. Is that what, Tendrils, essentially, they're saying you can't communicate with anybody who's ever been in contact with the Skeleton Twins.
Well, yeah, there's two things that stand out to me in this whole paragraph with, everyone that they're throwing everyone and the kitchen sink. The servants?
Yeah.
Like that to me, that is a little bizarre. I would not expect to see the the chef and the maid thrown in there as well.
Anyone who could possibly tell a story, anyone who they can collaborate with, anyone who can put them on blast is essentially what they're doing. It's just like they're terrified of any truth coming out, any transparency from inside Castle Grayskull. That just proves you have shit to hide, right? All that says to me when you're levying this is you have tons of shit, embarrassing shit to hide, right? That's all that tells me. You're afraid of everything.
The other thing that stands out is the mention of Beth's furry friends.
Right.
My hypothesis and theory is that they had her tending to the animals in some way.
Yes, of course. She did all the work. That's their biggest fear. And also, you saw this, right? Where the fraud, right? How many you have this essentially he's a billionaire, shaking down the audience from money, and then having these celebrity drives where they're shaking down their celebrity friends in the Hamptons for money, right? Well, if she's exposed as this is all a fraud and she's not, where does the money go? And you only dealing with 7 cats for the whole year. Where, like Jerry Lewis, where's the money going, right? So if that's exposed, it blows up her this whole scam, right? That's the biggest, I think, outside of even her telling her story in a book or leaking shit to TMZ, reporting them to the IRS, the fraud, all involved in that. And they know you could poke and it all exists. This shit's not on the up and up. Why are you collecting money from school teachers? Why are you shaking down your fucking audience for money?
Well,
where does it go?
Yeah, and this whole best furry friends angle, if you think about it, her whole thing is hostile work environment. How hostile could it be to do calendar appointments and arrange for deliveries? She had to be doing so much more.
Oh, of course. That's what they're afraid of. It's going to come out that everybody finds out, including their friends, by the way, that says, oh, you mean you weren't doing this stuff? What? It was fake? You went on Instagram and pretended to be cleaning kitty litter and doing laundry, and that was actually Leslie Kuhn that was doing all that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, if you think about the level of care that you would need for these cats, you first of all, you need to feed them. They need to have water. Their litter needs to be changed. You need to give them attention. You need to make sure that they're not fighting. And then you add on top of it the fact that some of these animals have health issues. You would have to have at least a vet, in-house vet, a couple of vet techs, plus the help to maintain and take care of all these animals. No way is Beth doing it on her own. And wouldn't it be something if
does she ever miss a party? Does she ever miss an invite? Ever?
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to go to all that shit if you were that busy?
And wouldn't it be something that Beth had none of that and threw Leslie Kuhn in to deal with it all?
Of course. That's what they're terrified of, her exposing that. That's exactly what she holds over them. There's no question about it. You nailed it. Speaking of holding over, and speaking of Tamara Francois, is that you?
Hello, my beautiful
There's the
people.
golden tones. We're also
in the house. Yay.
I didn't call earlier because I wanted Centrals to get all the shine because she's delivering ease. So I said, let me just hold back a minute before I call. Hi, everybody.
Yeah, the chat, everyone's talking about you. Condolences. I know you and Peebo Bryson were very close. If you want to sing a Peebo Bryson song on the way out, you're more than welcome to. Get it ready. I don't know. Doesn't have to be a super
I'm
duper
sure it
hit.
can't be a Disney song because Disney's gonna
It sure
hit you
could.
hard. So no.
Oh, what Tamara's saying is she sings so well and accurate that we'll get a copyright from her singing from Disney.
But go ahead. I'm just joining.
Bank on that. Bank on that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So Tamara Francois has joined us, and Davyd has one question, kind of a black pop culture question. Two questions. Davyd is contemplating starting the television show Power and
Really?
Atlanta. And Atlanta is one of the many cities that you've conquered in addition to
Yeah,
Dallas.
I just came from
and
Atlanta
Culver
2
City.
weeks ago. Yeah.
Always. You are the most intrepid traveler there is. It is crazy how much you globetrot, Meadowlark. So Davyd wants to know if Power and Atlanta are worth a binge watch. And with Power, where does it start? How many seasons is it? What's with Jamaica Queens now and all this stuff? And what's the premise of Atlanta? Davyd wants to know.
Gosh, I never watched Atlanta. I need
Okay.
to watch it. I've never watched
That's a
it.
Brendan
Power.
recommendation, by the way. My friend Brendan
Okay.
recommended Atlanta. Okay.
Everyone says how great it is. I just never watched it. And then Power is really good. It's only 2 or 3 seasons. And then once the main character has an issue, they start with another character. I don't want to say too much if people haven't seen it, but I think it's about 3 seasons each. And there's 3 of the Power books so far.
Oh, there's books too?
I don't know what to call it. Miniseries. I don't know what's a show or
No, yeah.
That's what I need to say.
And it's
Seasons,
on it's on fucking Stars.
Yeah.
Does
I
anybody
got a
get
friend Stars package. Yeah, I got a friend.
Okay.
I'm not on that.
I got a package.
I have too
honey.
many streaming services. I have too many streaming
That
services.
streams very well. All right, so
Right.
Tamara, are you with us here? We're reading the separation.
Yes, I've been listening.
Leslie
Yes.
Kuhn's firing, and this is the letter given by the Skeleton Twins and their legal team. Here we go.
This release includes, without limitation, any rights or claims relating in any way to your employment relationship with any of the releasees, or the termination thereof, including any employment letter or agreement or bonus plan that you may or may not have executed.
Yeah, Rupert Pumpkin says something funny here, like the arrogance of your employer, like thinking that you're going to care about them so much. Like I had to sign a separation agreement with a non-disparagement clause. Yeah, there's a non-disparaging clause coming up, by the way. I found it comical as I did not care about my employer once I was gone. Like I'm going to think about them. It really is true. It really is the height of narcissism. Like, you're going to think about us all the time. We're going to cover you. You have nothing else in your life but this, and you will never think about. You're going to think about it all the time, but we're not going to let you talk about it, especially to your next employee. That's the interesting thing. Leslie wants to write a book. ARM could be. Oh God, Andrew Jenkins. I am in contact with her lawyer John Leonard on Instagram, and I will gladly pull a fucking ghostwrite that in some capacity. At least go in. I don't want the credit. I don't want the Judith Regan of it all. I just want it to be exposed. I just want it to come out. I just want the information.
Hey,
I'm going to try to get him on. Yes.
When I was signing for my severance package with Sony, I had to agree that I would not discuss the Sony hack for 7 years.
God damn. It's been 7
Really?
years, right?
It's been 10. So
Okay. Write him back and go, okay, time's up. I'm going to talk about it. See what they say. Seriously, write him back and go, okay, time's up. I'm going to talk about it all I want to everybody.
And
Too
then,
bad.
and then I also had to train the person that was taking over my job.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so that was another slap in the face. But my severance, I took a year off because of the money I got. So
that's like Deshaun, and to speak Sara here. It's like Deshaun Watson training Shador Sanders to take his job, right? Same thing. Tendrils, you missed it before we went on. Tendrils and Tendrils and Tamara had this huge argument about the Stanley Cup Finals. It was crazy.
We did.
Golden Knights
We
and
did.
Panthers going back and forth. I want the Golden Knights. Tendrils wants the Panthers. It was crazy.
Like you want the Knicks to win, and I want.
No, I don't. No, I don't. You see what I mean about the. There's Josh Foster, who's the ultimate Knick fan, and then there's the Howard and Bess of the world, and this is why we don't root for them. This is why we don't.
For that show, by the way, I would love to hear that show. I can't wait for that.
Yeah. It'll be next. I think around this time next week. Hopefully, if that's a Sara show, I could almost see her sitting in on that one. She likes the topic, so you're certainly welcome, Tamara. If you're there's plenty of material. Believe me, going through the years, there's plenty, and even like interviews with guys. You know, if anyone could hear, Patrick Ewing did the Stern Show in 1989, and I cannot find it. I was going back and forth with Boff. Apparently, he called in 1989, and I cannot find it. Great looking guy, by the way, really good looking guy, and I couldn't find it. So, if anyone has a line on this 1989 Patrick Ewing, I could still search, and I'm not giving up yet, but I'd love to get that for the show. A billionaire wants donations. This is Rupert Pumpkin. For no talent wife who just redonates the cash to legitimate charities for herself. Well said, Rupert Pumpkin. And that shit just goes on and on and on. I work for furnaces at a limestone plant throughout the year. We have to do these computer module courses about cybersecurity, says Housey Football, and protecting the company's secrets. It's insane.
Yeah, I go through the same thing.
What do you have to go through, Tamara?
When I left my previous job, I had to sign all these agreements that I wouldn't say what the company was up to and doing. And then with the new company I am with now, I'm constantly,
so they think you're going to steal like pharmaceutical secrets.
Oh,
they
yeah.
think you're going to, and then move it on. Oh God, you must have been laughing signing that shit.
I was like, I don't even know what's happening here. So yeah, you know, but yeah, we have to go through the same thing.
White people and their NDAs, right, Tamara? That's some white people shit. You have to admit. You talk about
White
like we were
people
talking about like white people. NDA is the quintessential white people shit. Thank you for that, Housey, and thank you, Tamara. Leslie Kuhn is required to wash Beth's thong. Howard's thong, Rupert. Mike McM says, Ringo, what did you do with the money? This people love Tamara. Look at Sky Spectre, Housey Football, Tata Toothy, the Haitian sensation, and we are all Haitian today, Tata Toothy. We are all Haitian. Take that, Ohio. Was Leslie Kuhn responsible for reprimanding Consuela, or did Beth keep that responsibility all for herself, says Anthony?
Or arising under any statute or regulation, including, but not limited to, any rights or claims you may have under the Age Discrimination in Employment Act, which prohibits age discrimination in employment.
Discrimination? How many black people do you have working for the show, Howard? How many Hispanics? How many non-white or Jewish people do you have working? Look at this with the discrimination. They're acting like this show is like anything in Howard's orbit is like this fucking rainbow of diversity. How dare they do discrimination? They throw that out there in the
Title 7 of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, as amended, which prohibits discrimination.
Okay, Tendrils, that's another thing I wanted to ask you. So they keep quoting stuff from the 1964 amendment and equal pay, and they quote law bibliographies throughout time. That's also supposed to intimidate you, right? When you say Brown versus the Board of Education or Plessy versus Ferguson, you're supposed to be really intimidated by that when they quote legal cases, right, in the past.
Well, I think in this instance, what they're doing, it's more of Howard's end, that they are actually adhering to these different statutes. So I don't think in this instance it would be an intimidation. It's more like how
I've actually cut out ones that they put. Like I've actually cut out pages and pages of them quoting cases throughout history. I know that. Yeah, you're right.
In this instance, it's more like Howard is, covering his ass, saying we're not violating these laws or statutes.
Right.
But yes, absolutely, they could throw in laws and statutes as intimidation. For
Intimidation.
Sure.
Then they do it, and I cut them out because it's just tedious for us to. I'm certainly not going to.
You know what's interesting about this little section right here? They bring up age discrimination before any of the others.
Yeah,
that's kind of weird. She must. She must be older.
I saw a picture of her. I think it's her. She looks like she's in her Black Don't Crack. So with Tamara, she could be 25 or 50. But with Leslie Miller Kuhn, yeah, she's in her late 40s or something. So yeah, that's definitely enough for them to want to cover their own ass. The picture I saw, and I could be a little off. Beefus, remember when she treated that girl and yanking the puppy from? I got a puppy. You can yank tendrils. Look at tendrils writing in the chat. That's great. Multitasking tendrils. Arm is very slow, Sarah. You're right. I'm the only one that gets heckled by their podcast partner while it goes on, like mean-spirited heckling.
Vicious.
And I have to look at Laurent Newmas. Do we? Oh, okay. That's a tendrils. I knew that was French. I knew that was Louis Rose. Tendrils rocks.
That's Philatellist. He's renamed himself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
In employment based on race, color, national origin, religion, or sex, the Equal Pay Act, which prohibits paying men and women unequal pay for equal work.
Man.
5. No rehire provision.
Okay, so now the threat, we're never going to rehire you again because all you're going to think about is coming back to the fold. So you are never going to be rehired. I love this. Have you ever seen this, Tendrils? The no rehire provision?
I'm sure it's actually probably common. Yeah, I mean, my exit at Sony was so it
rocked show business. Let's not forget that.
But it was yeah, my exit was for most of the people that were laid off. It was a slap in the face, but
why would you want to go back?
Yeah, I wouldn't. After what I went through there, I would not go back. No way.
Because Howard's such a fucking malignant, narcissistic egomaniac, Tamara, that he thinks, how could you not want to come out? Anyone thinks about is working for me. And so he's going to put that in there. And we're not going to let you.
But
you can't quit. You're fired.
If you think about the history of whack packers and stuff, I think this clause, without saying it directly, is more of a hint that she's being exiled, everybody else.
It's almost like saying you're exiled from show business too. So we're going to spread the word. You're not going to work for Kimmel. You're not going to work for the Stephanopoulos. You're not going to work for the Anistons. You're not going to work for, it's almost like saying you are going to be shadow banned from show business and doing this ever again. Sarah's such a hater. She really is Tata Toothy. Gary's DNA results technically cover every bit of that angle. That's a good line, Andrew.
You hereby waive any right to and agree not to apply or reapply for employment with the company and agree that the company has no obligation, contractual or otherwise, to rehire, reemploy, or recall you in the future.
She should, just to bust her balls, try to reapply.
That pisses me off. Yeah, that right there pisses me off.
We are out to, so you would never, we want you to never work again, but we're just going to put it for us. So our goal is for you to never work again. And then when you do interview for somebody else, you're not to tell this story because we know they're not going to hire you because you're not allowed to explain what happened here in your last job. What fucking job have you ever interviewed for where they said, what happened to the last, why did you leave your last job? When does it ever not happen in any interview, unless it's you're a Nepo baby or it's some kind of cronyism involved?
You know what's interesting just to contemplate at this point? I don't know if it shows up anywhere else in any of the legal documents, but this is such a one-way street.
Yes, that's
it's
right.
It's not
Definitely.
it's not like both parties agree that you aren't going to say anything and I'm not either. Does Howard have the right to basically blackball her if he could?
Yes, that's what his ultimate goal is. Isn't it always look who we're talking about, guys? Isn't it always a one-way street with Howard, right? No matter everything he touches
talk about
dies.
this on his show. He's not gonna talk about this on his show.
No, of course not.
About the 5th time that he went to call his mom and she was talking crazy to him. You know what I mean? It's like
this is good radio. If you talk about this, this is great radio, right?
Oh, yeah.
This you could qualify his contract, his salary almost.
The existence of this agreement shall be a valid, non-discriminatory basis for rejecting any such application or, in the event you obtain such employment, to terminate such employment. 6. Confidentiality. You acknowledge that you have had access to the company's confidential information.
Oh, this is great. I can't listen to this enough. That there's so much shit in her head. So, and I guess the materials like tablets and all these burning, like all the, USB drives, she better have saved this stuff. She did. I would have just been like copying like a fucking like a 24 episode like before
I left my jobs, I saved everything.
Definitely cover your own ass. Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
And they don't want you to, right? They're saying that
Tamara, make sure you return
everything
relevant material. And I sure did return it, but I copied it before I returned it.
I love it.
Including, but not limited to all.
Listen to what they rattle off here. I guess that she had access to, or they're assuming she had access to. All things Beth can't do.
Confidentiality. You acknowledge that you have had access to the company's confidential information, including, but not limited to all proprietary information, intellectual property, data, trade secrets, and know-how, including, without limitation, business plans, marketing, and other plans, financial data, and personal.
Oh, that's the best. If that comes out, please. Financial data, all that stuff is the best. Trade secrets. What's the trade? Howard's trade secret is, how do I not work and get paid all the money at Sirius? What I don't want to copy him for anything other than the only trade he knows is how do I not do live radio and get all the money from Sirius? That's the only trade secret that he can get. What else is he exporting that you could learn from? Trade secret.
Financial, business, and health information regarding the releasees, which includes the stems, their family, friends, and business associates.
We live for this.
That said confidential information is valuable to the company and the releasees, and that the unauthorized release of that confidential information would cause serious damage to the company and the releasees.
What damage? Even like just blowing it all up. What damage could you possibly cause that he's already gotten all the money? He's 72 years old. What on earth could you possibly do? The show couldn't be worse. It can't get any lower. He's already destroyed his legacy all by himself. Outside of us having great fun with the insider gossip from Castle Gayskull, what on earth what damage could she cause? Seriously.
ARM, just an FYI. Damages can include pain and suffering, defamation, and things along that track.
But isn't a professional victim like Howard always in pain and suffering?
Yeah.
Is he ever not?
But that's what damages can be. Damages can include that. I'm just...
Right. That's ambiguous, just like, a hostile work environment is. Anybody could say, my opinion, I was in a hostile work environment, and my opinion is the only one that counts because you two have never worked, so you don't know what a hostile work environment is.
Yeah, see, part of her,
it's all ambiguous.
Part of her claim also is the pain and suffering, because how do you quantify what the damages are for that? Lawyers determine that.
And Howard's lawyer here, Mark Garton, thinks if I say releasees enough, like Gary's Reese's, you will crumble. You will be so intimidated by the word releases. You will just go along with everything. Releases cups.
You agree that you shall not disclose any of confidential information without the company's written consent and that the confidentiality agreement signed. All written materials, records, and documents made by you or coming into your possession during your employment by the company concerning the business or affairs of the company and or its confidential information are the sole property of the company.
Just, has anyone sullied the word company worse than I can't even, they don't even deserve to use the word company. What is this pile of shit? Like, company. What do you do? This is a company? I can't even take the word seriously in this paragraph. Company.
Yeah, and company probably is a global term to envelop and enwrap everyone in the Sterniverse that's mentioned in this contract.
Right. This is, God, do you think the Pelican Brief was good? If she's able to go through with telling her story and out of spite, just leaking shit to fucking gossip, and we care, and I don't care how irrelevant he is for our purposes. This will be just so glorious. I don't think you realize the scope of what she can do. We go nuts over one little piece of gossip. Could you imagine this deluge explosion of Castle Gaskell secrets coming out? I mean, I won't have to do this. Will cover Lotus Notes for the rest of my life.
I donate to
it already is. I'm obsessed with these transcripts.
Information are the sole property of the company, and you shall immediately deliver the same to the company. You agree that you will immediately return any confidential information and company property in your possession to the company, including.
That's the thing, Housey Football. You're an anonymous source. That's what she should do. And that's what they have to be threatened, but they have to be thinking you can't prove it. I'm the legitimate source. We're protecting our sources. We're the post. Prove it's me. And she just leaks gossip to all these gossip outlets all the time. It'll be insanely great entertainment for us.
But I think it would come back to her though, because she's the one having grievances with them.
They can't prove it. They can't prove it. They could filter it through stuff, and you could move it around and never reveal her name. You're just hoping she gets so angry that they're not playing ball that she does resort to that. That's what we're hoping.
Yeah, the ultimate would be her leaking to Chauncey.
Chauncey would have been heavily involved in this in the old days. He would have probably had an interview with her by now and stepping out. He'd be all over this. We got to get him back for this. I feel like he's too out of the loop of this. I'd love to know what he thinks on this. I almost invited him on for this.
You agree that you will immediately return.
Look at what she supposedly has now, like ID badges and all this shit.
Immediately deliver the same to the company. You agree that you will immediately return any confidential information and company property in your possession to the company, including without limitation, laptop computers, company files, notes, records, entry cards, calling cards, cell phones, credit cards, keys, and identification badges. 7.
That is the best. That is the best. At least she should take, like, at the very least, I assume she's returning most of that stuff. Take a picture of the ID badge, Take a picture of the credit card. Take a picture of all that stuff so you have it for yourself. Take a picture of all the numbers at the same time. She should write them back and go, all right, yeah, I'm going to keep the credit cards and all the numbers, and I'm going to continue to use those. You can have all the rest of the stuff. I'm just going to charge everything on you. On the
non-disclosure and non-disparagement.
Here's the non-disparagement, guys.
You promise to keep this agreement strictly confidential and to not disclose, disseminate and or publicize, cause or permit to be disclosed,
too late,
disseminated or publicized, the existence of this agreement, any of the terms of this agreement, or any of the circumstances leading to its execution, directly or indirectly, specifically or generally, to any person, corporation, association, or other entity except in connection with.
The way I read that, Tendrils, is you saying that you have an NDA is a direct admission that they have all this shit to hide.
And you admitting that you have an NDA is also the problem. You can't, if you can't talk about having an NDA, you're admitting that you have an NDA. If someone says, "Oh, do you have a non-disclosure agreement?" I can't talk about it. That's a yes. That's a yes.
You know what's funny about this part right here? You promise to keep this agreement strictly confidential, blah, 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 including the existence of this agreement. And we have a copy of the agreement right here.
Right.
It's awesome.
Right. And again, just the mere acknowledgement that you have an NDA is admission that the person has shit to hide. Like, you don't levy that unless you're terrified of everything and you have some weird guilt and you're, you know, I've never been threatened with
communicating with your attorneys, tax financial advisors, or family members, provided that those to whom you may make such disclosure agree to keep said information confidential and not disclose it to others.
It's like saying you are not allowed to talk about your own memories. We're going to zap your brain that you ever had this experience. We're going to put you through some mind fuck. You're not allowed to talk to your family. You're not allowed to talk to future employers.
Well, he's a private person.
Yes.
He respects his privacy. He wants privacy. He wants to be left alone.
Howard's privacy is far more important than your paltry assuming your living wage and career for the rest of your life. Howard's peace of mind is much more important than that.
Oh, of course.
Initiating, testifying, assisting, or complying with a subpoena from, or participating in any manner with an investigation conducted by, a local, state, or federal agency. Filing or disclosing any facts necessary to receive unemployment insurance, Medicaid, or any other public benefits to which you are entitled. Or the enforcement of the terms of this agreement, in which event you agree to file any information concerning the agreement or its terms under seal.
So they're telling her to sign this, that she's not allowed to disclose anything in terms of unemployment through this after she got fired, right? So they're saying you can't talk about your experience to the unemployment office, right? You're just locked into this. You have no rights. We're taking away your freedom of speech, your mind, your freedom of choice, your freedom of everything, because Howard's got his plastic surgery palace to protect and his panic room.
Grandma's house.
And the bowling alley, right, and the helicopter pad.
Nothing contained in this provision shall be read to restrict or impinge on your right to engage in protected activity or communications under the NLRA. You agree that, in communications with any persons or entities, you shall not make, directly or indirectly, any disparaging statements, written or verbal, or...
Oh, AJ Benza would be great for this Tot the Toothy, and I am due to have him on. I've been going back and forth with him occasionally on Facebook, of all places. I think it's right up his alley, actually. I think you're right about that. And Chauncey, too. Maybe the both of them. The New York Post will have a field day with that. PC23 says, Howard has his own Scientology stern thought. It really is. It really is very close. That bullshit with getting things done and transcendental meditation is as close to science. And you saw the fucking Pelican Brief. That is as close to a Scientology cult as it gets. CNN breaking news. Former SiriusXM Howard Stern employee Leslie Cohen was required to clean Howard's hair system and dentures.
Cause or encourage others to make any such statements that defame, disparage, or in any way criticize, or diminish or constrain the goodwill or injure the reputation of the releasees.
So this is like how you have like with Shuley and Brent Hatley and stuff. And when they leave here, you know, you're not allowed. They want you to never have, no employees are allowed to speak
for the
to
purpose
these
of this
people.
paragraph.
And they are
The
terrified
term
of it.
disparage or disparaging shall include, without limitation, any statement accusing the aforesaid individuals or entities of acting in violation of any law or governmental regulation or of condoning any such action, or otherwise acting in an unprofessional, dishonest, disreputable, improper, incompetent, or negligent manner. Furthermore, your obligation under this paragraph will include refraining from negative statements about the Sterns, their
This is crazy. I mean, this is like what the staff has to sign, right? This is like
Yes.
on air. Like they're not allowed to say anything about Howard. They're terrified to push back on. This is what the current staff must sign. This is amazing. This is a direct insight into Howard's personal neuroses of what he forces the staff to think and the cult that they have now. This is a great insight. These are his biggest fears all realized in this document. Seriously, I think he thinks about all day. He thinks about this.
Go ahead, Tamfriend.
Go ahead, Tim. Go ahead.
No, what would basically guarantee that all of this, that she follows all of these rules, is them giving her a severance package that is worth it. $35,000. I mean, from the beginning of this agreement, I'm like, has to be prorated, and this is cheap AF.
Yes. And she lives in New York.
5 vacation days and 2, sick days or whatever. I mean, the way to guarantee that they get everything they want in this agreement is to pay the lady. And that's not what they're doing.
Their counterclaim is $1.5 million. That's what they.
That's still not enough.
It's still not what supposedly they were forced to put that. Tamara, supposedly they were forced to put that figure up because that's in order to get the lawsuit to be taken seriously. They had to. That's the least that you had to file. Apparently, she's not interested. Supposedly, she's not interested in the money at all. But I agree with you. Chubby Pickle, welcome. Arm, great to see the ladies on today. Nice, good to see you, Chubby. Maximum security prisoners have more freedom to talk about to the media than the Howard Stern employees. That's what I was thinking. Rupert, every single aspect of your life, we are stripping from you. You have no rights after you work.
That's what I was going to say, because no one can put on their own podcast. No one can go to other shows. And
you are not to text your friends.
Nothing.
Yep.
Nothing.
Yep.
Well, also, if you think about it, Shuley censored himself straight out the gate.
Yeah. To reinforce, but you see this paragraph, what we're in right now is exactly what the employee, this holds the ironclad intimidation over their current employees, past and present. This is how Marcy Turk's name never gets brought up. It's all just like the ass lathering of Howard on the air. How nobody, if someone says anything negative about him, they are terrified. There's no joking your way out of it. This is in black and white, and this is what these assholes sign.
But Howard even said that on the show as well, Arm, last week. I just happened to be in the car and listened, and it came on. And he says he doesn't want any negative emails. He wants Fred to give him all the beautiful, positive comments to make his day go on. He does not want to hear any negativity.
He's saying that in the echo chamber of, and sort of like tongue in cheek. Oh, look at how self-deprecating I am. But he would be terrified for you to see that written in black and white like we're reading now.
Well, remember when Howard was on the kick of like, yeah, you can send me criticisms and critical emails.
Yep.
And then Gary posted one, and then stupid Jason jumped in with Howard against Gary. Poor Gary.
No, I mean, that's what Jason's very good at, is lathering him up, knowing exactly what he's the ultimate. I mean, and then sort of playing against the other employees. He's a master. That's how he got promoted.
I can't stand Jason. I would have loved to have worked on this show because I would have fucked all those motherfuckers up.
Casey Armstrong wants to snap his neck to this day.
Ugh.
Seriously. Philly had nothing going on and didn't want to burn the remaining bridge he has with his former co-workers. That's right, Rupert.
Operations or methods of doing business, their business policies and practices, and or their employees or clients. Nothing contained in this provision shall be read to restrict or impinge on your right to engage in protected activity or communications.
When he says impinge, he means business. You are going to be so intimidated by the word impinge. I could have used 10 other words, but I'm going to say impinge, and we know that you are going to be fucking terrified by that word impinge.
Under the NLRA,
If Leslie Kuhn should write back, go, you had me at impinge. I give up. The second impinge, I'm done.
You agree not to make, write, authorize, or contribute to any public statements concerning the releasees.
Another
For purposes
releasees.
of this agreement. Public state.
The stuff, okay, on the bottom of this paragraph, just pay attention. It covers all the social media stuff, is why you see the staff isn't allowed to
Wow.
do shit on
Yeah.
social media. You gotta also, like, like I said, an interesting way to look at this too is to translate this to the current staff, because they're all signing the same thing. And why you never see them, they're not allowed to be on a podcast. They don't post any relevant shit on social media.
Public statements shall mean and refer to any articles, biogs, tweets, posts, books, news stories, press pieces, interviews, lectures, public appearances, essays, or other materials disseminated to or available to the public. You agree to immediately notify the company of any request from any person, whether directed to you or another person, to write, make, authorize, or contribute to any such public statements, including all press inquiries. Except as permitted by applicable law, you are prohibited from posting any confidential information, including without limitation, any financial, sensitive, or proprietary information, or job-related content, about any releasee on social media. This prohibition applies to all forms of social media including, but not limited to, biogs, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, YouTube, Tumblr, and Instagram.
So they're now controlling her LinkedIn. So now you can't even update your own professional resume. They're controlling that too. You can't even so that whole paragraph, it's paramount to understanding what that staff is now. We talk about all the time, going back, Radio Gunk starting in 2015, about isn't it weird that this deluge of podcasts that the staff doesn't do any shows. They're all air whores, but they can't start their own podcast. They can't be a guest on a podcast. They can't do anything on social media. This is right there in black and white as to why. There it is. There's your evidence why they can't do anything.
Yeah, and to be muted at this point of the show, I mean, good Lord.
Like, who cares, right?
Yeah.
It's 2026. You should have been off the air at least 10, 15 years ago. But I'm going to still let you control my speech and what I can do and who I can talk to and what podcasts I can do and what I can write. I'm going to let you control. That's insane. You're so right. In 2026, they're still intimidated by this. Howard's entire operation is like a gay Cold War spy thriller. If you work there, you have no identity. Oh, God, it's so funny, Housey. No past, no friends or contacts, no outlets. He's not exaggerating. That is what's written there.
Very true. But my thing is, all of them are older anyway. What jobs are they going to get after?
They still think they're young upstarts in the industry. You're right. Like, they still think there's this massive career ahead of them.
Jason and the rest of them, what are they, late? I mean, in their 50s or something?
Jason's in his late 40s, right? Yes. JD, Harmeyer, Will Murray, they're all in their late 40s. Gary,
my thing is, at the salary you're getting paid, which is probably nothing anyway, if they go somewhere else, the other place is going to start with somebody younger where they can pay them
and mold them into what they want.
Come on now.
Yes.
Come on.
And all they know is this show. This doesn't translate to anything. Right? You're right. A young person can be molded and they can learn and they have all this, brain capacity. All they know is this horrible show. It doesn't translate to anything.
Gay jokes, trans jokes.
Right. How could you interview for
I don't even
anything?
know what else he talks about. Yeah.
Nothing. Put Jason on the level of JD and Benji, talentless blob, right? Richard gets yelled at for having a small part in a James Gunn movie. Just the Guardians of the Galaxy cameo is like way too much. Benji is almost 60. It's right, Tata. I think he's 59. That's right, Tata Toothy.
12 Inc. accepted and agreed. Mark Garden.
Okay, so our hero, our homosexual lawyer hero, in Hampton Bays. John Leonard gets a hold of this and fires back to that team and
Let's
Zuckerberg.
go. Yes.
So here's what he writes back.
Mr. Zuckerberg, thank you for your quick response.
John Leonard is I look poking around at his Instagram. So he's a gay lawyer. So I gave him a lisp. I tried to get as close to what the narration would allow me to do. So I tried to find a narrator who had a bit of a lisp.
Oh, so he's
Dear
not black
Mr.
anymore?
Zuckerberg.
What, Tamara?
I said he's not black anymore. Now
He's
he
not
has a
black.
list?
He's not black. Yeah, it's.
I know, but you made him black and said you
I did. I
wanted
wanted him to
that
be
way.
black so bad. I wanted him to, I was so sure of it. Like I ran with it. Like I didn't even look. I'm like, that name, John Leonard, he has to be black. He has to be. And I got in my head, I had no proof at all. And I just let my brain believe he was black. And now I have to retrain my brain that he is in fact gay. That's a fact on Instagram.
Yeah, Arm.
Dear.
Yes.
I've just read through this first paragraph, and when you get to the end, you'll see why I'm making the argument. They were fucking cheap as fuck.
Okay. Okay.
Dear Mr. Zuckerberg, thank you for your quick response to my inquiry. I have reviewed the documents that you attached to your email and spoken with Ms. Kuhn at length about them. While not rejecting the idea of reaching a fair resolution of this matter through a release of claims that includes suitable restrictive covenants, we are unable to agree to do so for the severance package that 112 Incorporated is offering. The separation agreement and general release contains a rather extensive non-disclosure and non-disparagement clause that is extremely valuable to the Stearns given my client's intimate relationship with them during and due to the nature of her employment with both SiriusXM and 112 and must be compensated as such.
Okay, Tendrils, go.
See? No, that's what I'm saying. The opening salvo of $35,000 for her to sign a war and peace agreement, bull s. They're trying to cheap their way out of it.
That's right.
It's so, I don't know. It's like, I can't believe that a lawyer on Howard's side would have looked at the agreement and then said, yes, this is good to go.
He wants to do it the laziest way possible. Just get it over with. Just get it over with.
Any attorney worth their salt would have looked at this agreement and thrown it right back at him and said, you know what? You want her to shut up, pay her hush money, because this ain't it.
Oh, you're so right. And my favorite sentence is this one, and I'm sure hit you when you read it. Oh, by the way, this separation and general release agreement contains a rather extensive non-disclosure, non-disparagement clause that is extremely valuable to the Stearns. Given my client's intimate relationship with them, that's a great form of like almost subtle blackmail. Going, oh, we know it's worth way more to them than 35 grand. It's what he's saying back to them.
Well, it's also does sound like blackmail, but also
I'm just using hyperbole. I'm just saying you should play hardball with them like that.
Yeah, but it's also pointing out this woman has valuable information and you want her to shut up, so pay her to shut up. I'm still blown away by this $35,000 like
But what you said, but what you said is also really true too. It's like you just had 4,000 pages of NDA bullshit that it's obviously the only thing in their life that he values. It is so important to you. We know it because you have sent my client 7 NDAs from 4 different assistants every day. We know that's all you care about. We know you're terrified about your little fucking plastic surgery panic room secrets getting out. And we know that it's worth a lot more than 35 grand to them. And the big thing is Beth's fraudulent fucking con and ridiculous scam she's pulling with the charity. That's a big thing to them that she exposes. The fraudulent nature of that charity, which we've all suspected all along. The day she all of a sudden pivoted from dogs to cats, like, this is so fake. This is such bullshit. And then she's shaking down the audience when you have a fucking billionaire husband, middle class, lower class people donating to your fucking charity. Where does the money go? They're terrified of this. And the IRS on their ass. The IRS doesn't waste their time on anything less than the Howards of the world. Erwin R. Shyster.
We therefore value the confidentiality, non-disclosure, and non-disparagement provisions of the separation agreement at $1.5 million.
There you go, tendrils. Tamara, 1.5 million. So they upped it from a severance of 35 grand to 1.5 million. And apparently that's like, for this to be taken seriously, you have to choose that number.
And non-disparagement provisions of the separation agreement at $1.5 million. We also require that Ms. Kuhn's health insurance be continued at 1/12 cost for 2 years from the date of separation. That
Now, someone in there someone as wealthy as them, you ask for 2 years of health insurance. That is just so nothing to them. It's nothing.
No, I mean, even if they started out at $500,000, that wouldn't dent Howard's pockets in any way other than like it affecting him mentally. Like,
yeah, I can't. I can't possibly give this person. He cannot part with marbles even in this way. Like or I lost. Like. Oh God, how's your football? You got that? Arm with an IRS reference. Mike Rotunda's smiling somewhere. I'm surprised Brendan didn't say it first, Howsy.
Any legal.
So Mike Rotunda's a wrestler who had an alias. Tim, I know you're a wrestling fan, and he went from Mike Rotunda to Erwin R. Shyster when Vince McMahon made him take on that persona. He was like they were running out of gimmicks, so he was like an IRS agent. It's so stupid. It's so stupid.
Expenses that Ms. Kuhn incurs with regard to this matter be paid by 1/12, and that all material terms of the separation agreement be mutual, including, but not limited to, the restrictive covenants contained therein.
Finally,
we expect that Ms. Kuhn's personal documentation, tax returns, and other documents of a personal nature, currently held in a Dropbox account that she has since been locked out of, will be returned to her.
Dropbox?
How? So she had who uses fucking Dropbox, right, Tamara? That's white people shit, right? Dropbox? NDAs and Dropbox is indeed white people shit. We got to keep a list of the white people shit during the show, Tamara, right? So far we have NDAs and non-disparage and Dropbox. They're all white people shit. There's Fred Derp, everyone. Welcome, Fred Derp. I'm driving home visiting my parents in Tennessee and I'm able to listen live. That is great news, Fred Derp. Safe travels, and thank you again. If able, please donate via Cash App, upper left, Venmo, upper right, Buy Me a Coffee Fund, ARM Fund in the center. We also have super chats, super stickers, and memberships are all available in addition to our Patre-ARM. You can join us over it. Thank you, everyone. Thank you again, Fred Derp, for your benevolence. Here's something for you.
We're Chuck John. You use the N-word a lot. You got slapped the yarmulke.
I did.
Come on. I cannot get. Rue McClanahan is blocking my drop, for Christ's sake.
Sarah's gonna get on you. You're not.
I know.
Is that all you Italians know how to do? Scream and hit?
Now that conversation definitely happened in Tennessee. There's Joseph Zayak, everyone. He was better at VK Wall Street. That's so Joe Zayak. There's Telly Savalas. Didn't he become Isaac Yankum? Jesus, I don't use Dropbox crap, says Drink Savant. My company uses Dropbox, says Telly Savalas. Rupert says Howie hanging out onto his employees' tax returns. I know. Now he's gonna hoard your tax returns. Could you imagine that, trying to get your tax returns back from them, which you have to do, and they fucking fight you on? You know they don't want to give you it. The white version of Western Union, says Pink Sheep. Retired Guma. Hello, hello. Good welcome, Retired Guma. Love that name. Here we go.
I am cognizant that you believe MS. Kuhn is already bound by the confidentiality agreement allegedly signed by her on May 10, 2022, such that any offer your client now makes is more than fair. We respectfully disagree with your assessment. We have carefully reviewed the agreement and find it objectionable for the following reasons. 1. Ms. Kuhn never signed the agreement.
Okay, so right there we have Beth on fraud, and we have her on forging documents for Leslie Kuhn. Beth is more culpable than Howard is technically during this, but it's Howard's company, so it's a joint skeleton twins operation. But she's technically singling Beth out for making these assistants they have forging her documents that they just got into her shit. They're basically saying they got, after I was shut out and I was fired, they went into my in-house crap and they rearranged these documents and made it look like I signed all these NDAs, which you could easily do. Matt Hansen, the IT director, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that if we're to believe that nobody on the Stern side had access to her credentials,
yeah,
of course they did.
Of course they did. That's the first thing as soon as she got fired, they fucking pillaged her credentials like a motherfucker. And they admitted it in one of the documents we read last week.
Likewise, she did not sign any other contract containing a restrictive covenant in relation to her employment with Mr. Stern or any corporate entity or organization affiliated with him. 2. On May 11th, 2022, Ms. Kuhn had a Zoom meeting.
Can't you get legitimate prison time for forging documents in this instance?
Yes.
I mean, I'm sure, it's a sliding scale and every state's different. It depends on the high-powered fucking lawyers you have. But isn't that prison bound? If you're found guilty of that?
It's fraud for sure.
Yeah.
With Lauren Provenzano, Senior Director of Production for the Howard Stern Show at SiriusXM, to discuss a potential job as Mr. Stern's assistant. Ms. Provenzano.
Okay, if you're not privy to what we've covered before in this in the back and forth with the court filings, Lauren Provenzano is an employee of Howard's who never comes up on the air. You wouldn't know her. You only know her from these documents. And her title is Senior Director of Production for the Howard Stern Show. Like, knowing what you know about how shitty that show is, it's amazing that a title like that, how dare you create any title like that for that dumpster fire that is on now? Could you imagine? It's just so unworthy. These nomenclature they use on this fucking show. Senior Director of... Can you believe...
was introduced to Ms. Kuhn through an employment agency called the Pavilion Agency, Inc., and the May 11th meeting was their first interview. Ms. Kuhn was not face-to-face with Ms. Provenzano.
So apparently these two met at some kind of pavilion agency, which is, I guess, do they recruit assistants or something? The pavilion agency. So they knew each other before working on the fucking dumpster fire show.
Arm?
Huh. Yes.
I want to speak to this really quick.
All right, go ahead.
What the premise of this paragraph and what they're arguing is that Leslie Kuhn went through an agency, a staffing agency of some sort, to get the job. So presumably this agency presented Leslie Kuhn as a candidate to Lauren Provenzano.
Right.
Until such time that Howard, the company, would have hired her. They would have hired her through the agency. And
right.
The agency would have had to have had these agreements to present to her to sign, to gain access to the job.
Right.
That's what they're saying here.
Miss, as we go
And
on.
I'm looking it up. They specialize in placing nannies, estate managers, chef, butlers, and personal assistants.
So, yeah. So everything Tamara just read. Thank you for doing that, Tamara. Everything Tamara just read is what the skeleton twins use in Castle Grayskull. All those things. So they must use that agency for everything they do.
Correct.
On that date, and neither Ms. Provenzano nor any other person ever emailed or mailed any paperwork to Ms. Kuhn for her signature either before or after the meeting.
Wow, these are harsh allegations. So she is just accusing them flat out forgery and fraud and falsifying documents. That's hardcore shit. And Beth is having a fucking panic attack right now, and Howard's trying to placate her that, oh, well, believe me, Beth, the lawyers are taking care of it. And this isn't going away. They're not buckling. This is great. This is great stuff.
We have also spoken with Ira Weissman, Vice President and Senior Advisor of the Pavilion Agency, who confirms that neither Ms. Provenzano nor anyone else ever emailed or mailed any paperwork to him for Ms. Kuhn's signature prior to the meeting or after.
So they have their bases covered. They're referencing, you don't throw Ira Weissman in there for no reason at all. So they have their receipts. This isn't some blind accusation of like, we're just playing it. That is proof.
Hey, Arm.
Right? He's going to have to testify. You don't want IW on the stand. Go ahead, Tendrils.
Yeah, I wanted to give you just a little context with this whole agency thing. When I started at Sony, I went through an agency, and I was a temp for 3 years.
That's a long time to temp.
Wow.
Yeah, I was a temp for 3 years.
So let me get this straight, Tendrils. I know a little something about. I know that I've been, like a sub. They want to keep you as a temp as long as they can, right? So they don't have to pay you benefits, and that's the game, right? Keep you temping, so they don't have to be accountable for you as an employee. It's easier for them.
Yeah, but I wanted to bring it up because the agency, they probably charge double the, like whatever they're paying her, they're paying them too. Probably.
Yes, right. Good point. Yes.
A split. So a staffing agency is not, they're going to make sure that they get the
top of the top. They don't want to look bad. Right.
Well, and they're also going to make sure that they get paid.
Yes.
So, something like these non-disclosure agreements just suddenly, getting signed and it doesn't go through the agency. That sounds shady.
It's a great point. That's a great point. That's why I knew I brought in the right person when this landscape fantastically. And I could tell by the comments. That's a great point. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Tendrils, Richard. And here is do you have any requests about what to get dropped? This is
You got slapped the yarmulke.
I did.
That's a classic clip.
How about Camilla? How about Camilla the cartoon cat?
Blacks, Jews, Hispanics, whatever. And people.
There's a Jump Street prelude, Tendrils.
After. Ms. Kuhn was not hired in May of 2022 as Mr. Stern denied needing an assistant at that time. It was only in the summer of 2022.
Miss Kuhn was not hired in May of 22nd as Mr. Stern denied needing an assistant. So now Howard's lying. He needs 15 assistants and 15 bodyguards about needing an assistant. So now Howard's backpedaling on his need for an assistant. They always need someone that helpless, always needs multiple assistants. That's what I'd be arguing the whole time.
As Mr. Stern denied needing an assistant at that time. It was only in the summer of 2022 that Ms. Kuhn was approached to be an office manager for the Howard Stern Show through SiriusXM.
God, she knows
She was
everything
hired
about
for the position in September 2022 and employed by SiriusXM.
They also know, the Skeleton Twins know that she has, you talk about knowing where the bodies were buried. Like, she knows the Marcy Turk side of it. It's serious. And then she knows the Castle Gay Skull side of it. She's the only one that has both worlds in her head with all that's going on there and all that she could divulge. Right? Who else knows this stuff like that? Both worlds. You mean I can't be the associate production managing departmental division of office supervisor?
That is good.
That's so
good.
funny, Tricks. As funny as that is, as brilliantly funny as that is, that's how stupid it is. And these LinkedIn's, what these idiots set this dumpster fire right about these positions they have. That's how ridiculous it truly is. God, was that funny?
Yeah, but I mean, what production is actually going on the show?
Nothing. Right?
Yeah.
You don't even deserve to use the word production. It is a defamation on the word production, right? Producer. Yeah. Anything that the word product. Get it off this show. They're not producing shit. Daddy, are ankle bracelets uncomfortable since Dr. Dr. Bob? Yeah, that's what I'm going to show John Leonard, Dr. Bob, that the Applejack doesn't fall far from the tree. I'm going to show her Dr. Bob's medical fraud to John Leonard in Instagram. I'm no big city lawyer, but wouldn't it be really easy to prove or disprove if someone actually signed a document, tendrils?
Let me speak to that real quick. The staffing agency is basically, or the lawyer is saying that the staffing agency was never presented with agreements, which if Howard was going to hire somebody through the agency, presumably he wouldn't go behind their back to hire her directly. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they're saying that they never received these documents, which they can prove on their end, because they can produce electronic records. This is all of our, our emails, all of the, whatever documents they would have received in the time frame that they claim. And then also, it goes back to them having access to her credentials.
Right.
For example, we have auto document sign for like documents. Is common, and you just click the button and it puts your electronic signature.
Yep.
If somebody, let's say I left my computer open and went to
wouldn't,
lunch,
right? Yeah,
and I went to lunch and a DocuSign came through, someone could sign it and make it look like it was me
easily.
But the it's kind of like when someone needs an alibi. I think that would have to come into play here for them to say, oh yeah, you signed it on May 22nd, and she's like, but I was in Europe.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean?
Right. Do you think that Howard's team is not expecting them to go back to an Ira Weissman and the Pavilion Agency? That they wouldn't bother to do that, to check their own receipts like that? That actually like is a haymaker that they didn't expect, that they wouldn't go back that far to the employment agency?
Yes. I mean, for the agency to be brought up, they're digging deep.
Yeah.
They're digging deep.
He doesn't want to lose any credibility, right?
Yeah.
They got a whole business to protect. They're not going to fucking lie for them.
And it's also interesting because presumably this staffing agency would be able to say, look, for these other 10 staffers, the chef, the maid, the consuela cleaning the cat litter, this is the trail. We can prove we have agreements for all these other people, but not for her.
Yeah, hopefully this starts a litany of the other employees start to revolt from this too. By the way,
it would go that far.
Oh, I hope it does.
They just haven't brought it up yet, but the attorney would take it to that level as a next sort of resort.
Great analysis, Tendrils. And I speak for Tamara and I speak for the chat. Great use of presumably. Great use of it.
Well, you know, it's allegedly.
Nobody wields presumably better than you do. Tamara, go ahead. I'm sorry. You're about to say.
I'm sorry. Yes, sir. I have a question. With all these, every week you've been coming out with little tidbits of things that's discrediting the Stearns. At some point, isn't he just like, okay, you know what? This is too much. Let's go ahead and sign this bad boy, give her some money, and let's shut this down.
You know what it is? It's an admission of guilt if they do that. They've already lost. As far as I'm concerned, just the fact that this hit,
because all of this is just, yeah.
So if they capitulate to her, it's admitting that we are up to something. We are fraudsters. We can't. And again, then they want to protect the NDA so much. She wants the right to tell her story for future employment. They're not buckling in. Leonard and Kuhn are not buckling to not being able to tell their story. They're saying, I am not letting you control my speech for the rest of my life. If I am to find another job, I have to explain what the fuck happened here. And you're not controlling that. That's what's at stake. Would you let someone tell you that?
There's always a price. Yeah,
right. The price, right. If someone paid you $5 million,
I'll take it. Yeah.
3. But you wouldn't take 1.5.
No, not 1.5. No.
Okay. It's a strange line you walk. She's not taking anything. She doesn't know if she could have made $300,000 for Howard. What's to say that she can't do that again for someone else?
Yeah. Well, it all comes
pretty decent salary.
Comes back to that $35,700.
Yep.
You're right.
It's ridiculous.
Pig Sheep, I don't know if there was a stem before you might have missed. So what happens is when I convert the document to the narration, they take liberties and they put spaces in, and sometimes they'll change a word, and you have to go through it and see what I have to proofread their own document they change stern to stem. And I have to go through every time there's a stern, I have to make sure it's not fucking stem, and I missed some. And Pink Sheet is obsessed with stem. My cousin was a temp at a factory for like 7 years. See? You see, Tendrils? Wow. They want to keep you as a temp. They don't want to pay you benefits as long as they can get away with it.
Yeah, I didn't have benefits during those 3 years.
Yep. And you were terrified. I don't need an assistant, right, Robin? Nikki Dean says that. I love the slap a yarmulke clip because you know it cuts him to the core to this day, says Housing.
She did not sign any agreements with any party containing the restrictive covenants that the Stearns now seek.
Great stuff.
Likewise, Ms. Kuhn has never signed any agreement containing a restrictive covenant related to her employment during any period of her employment with any corporate entity or organization affiliated with Mr. Stern.
This is great. This is just hardcore accusation of forgery and falsifying documents. This is the best. Guys, if you were Leslie Kuhn too, wouldn't you think you'd know Howard, everything ends badly with him all the time? You would not feel secure in this job, right? Knowing what Beth does and watching this chaos and untenable situation, as they say in this, you would not feel any job security, right? Wouldn't you be like, I'm not allowing you to sabotage my future employment. I don't trust this fucking job. Would you feel secure in this job for any length of time?
No,
definitely not.
And I just also want to focusing on language. It's interesting that they bring in covenant as a term. Because, because that's biblical.
Very true.
Yes. Yes. Very intimidating.
You know?
Rooster Sideburns go, oh, I only missed 100 minutes. I'm good. I'm just a caveman, and your covenant frightens and confuses me.
of the agreement is further borne out by the fact that Ms. Kuhn's signature is nothing more than typewriting in the same size and style of font used for the names of the parties to the contract in the recitals at the top of its page 1, and the lack of any evidence that the agreement was electronically signed by my client through any industry standard cloud-based electronic signature and digital.
Your new name, Tatatuti, for your tendrils, is all about the presumably.
Well, we don't want to make direct accusations, you know, allegedly.
Digital transaction management software. 2. The agreement lacks consideration. Glaringly absent from the agreement is any recitation of the consideration supporting it. Even if Ms. Kuhn signed the agreement on May 10, 2022, she obtained nothing of value at that time from Howard Stern, identified as the company, which would provide the necessary consideration for the contract.
Did she say what I just think she said? Your company is a meaningless pile of shit, and there's nothing I can bring into the real world from it. I learned nothing. I gained nothing. Is that what I just read? Right? I obtained nothing of value at this time from Howard Stern, identified as this company, and he's mocking the company. Like I just said, we can't take you calling anything a company seriously with these two skeletwats, which will provide the necessary consideration. Oh, that's the greatest insult ever. There's nothing of value. I have nothing to. There's nothing I can do with this pile of shit.
As discussed above.
Yes.
Real quick, signature on a document with an actual ink pen is called a wet signature, and would also be followed by a notary. Okay. If Howard was smart, he'd have all of his documents handled that way. There's no disputing it then.
Yeah, I don't remember reading any or seeing the word notary brought up, by the way, throughout. No. Leonard and Kuhn, part of the new lineup for CBS Friday night, the crime lineup. Leonard and Kuhn, New Orleans. Pink Sheep, that's great. She's getting paid $200K to work for a mansion. That's not bad work. She never got the salary, though, Andrew. That's what they presumably offered, and she never got it. It was like $260,000, I think. No stems, no seeds, no stress.
Arm, you know where that's from, right?
What's that?
Pink Sheep just said no stems, no seeds, no stress.
No, I don't know what that's from. What's the rap song?
That's at the end of oh God, Snoop says it in that song that him and Dr. Dre do. No seeds, no stems, no stress.
Wow. So you got Pink Sheep.
You're talking about weed.
Wow, Pink Sheep quoting.
Yeah.
That's great. That's Pink Sheep quoting.
Am I right, Pink Sheep? Tell me I'm right.
Southern California rap game. And I'm impressed you know that lyric. That's so Tamfran. The great thing about Tamfran is she actually keeps up with the new shit too. She's not like, I'm too old for this. You actually know the new artists too, which is crazy. You're not arrogant that way.
Kuhn's meeting with Miss Province.
Howard can't even make a signature wet, says Pink Sheep.
Real quick.
Yes.
Real quick. In this portion here, they're basically alleging that Leslie signed the agreement in May, but she didn't start in September until September.
Yep.
That's like where would you in what universe, in what scenario are you signing agreements that you're not starting a job for?
Right.
That stands out. That's odd.
Or she's also working at Sirius before that. So they want to move her over to Castle Gayskull from Sirius. So it's almost like they're making them sign these blanket agreements. They had her, like it is weird to sign it way in advance. The Chronic album from 2001, says Telly Savalas. Easy Rider is the song. Gin and Juice and Easy Rider.
Yes. I couldn't remember the name of it.
That's okay.
Dre, yeah.
You don't have to prove anything to these people, these white people. You don't have to prove anything.
Zano on the day after Ms. Kuhn allegedly signed the agreement was a mere introductory interview and did not result in Ms. Kuhn's employment by any person or entity. especially when no promise of future employment was made at the time of the alleged execution of the agreement.
Right. Why would you? You're right, Tendrils. Right. Why would you sign it if you're not guaranteeing me employment? Why on earth would I give you any kind of forfeit my speech to you if you're not guaranteeing me anything?
Yeah.
Thus, as the consideration for the agreement would be the employment by Howard Stem or his related entities, no such employment materialized and the agreement fails for lack of consideration. 3. The agreement's restrictions are unenforceable. The definition of confidential information is vague such that a court will not enforce the agreement's blanket restriction on divulging information about the company's business and operations that is not disclosed by the company for financial reporting purposes and that was learned or developed by the consultant as a result of or in the course of performing the consulting services for the company. Further, while the agreement does specifically identify proprietary information such as patents, trade secrets, and software, Mr.
Software, Lotus Notes, what's software, SIM cards. Oh, it's great.
Stern, as the party to the contract, is unlikely to have such kinds of proprietary information in his personal name, a fact which would render the restrictions unenforceable absent a clear showing of need for protection by reference to the existence and ownership of the things to be protected.
That's
so
a
he's
great
saying,
paragraph.
Yeah.
Great paragraph.
He's saying Howard's name is not on any of this shit. And you can't prove he's not, he doesn't own everything, and is like his name's not anywhere. He doesn't even see it. He really doesn't. He can't be bothered with these peons either that he doesn't know anything about that part of the the operation, and I use that term very loosely.
We also note that
go.
Sorry, Arm. I was just saying that top one where it says it's unenforced. How are you going to enforce it? What are you going to do?
I don't know.
What constitutes as, I did this versus that? I love that top phrase. I love it.
Yeah. Arm, I also want to pick out this sentence. Mr. Stern, as a party to the contract, is unlikely to have such kinds of proprietary information in his personal name. So, yeah. I mean,
trade
all
secret
proprietary information is serious.
Yep.
Not him.
Not him. Right.
Is a legal term of art referring to such things as recipes.
He might have to pull the partner card at some point and go, serious is me.
Yeah.
I'm one of the partners, and at some point he has to go, well, I'm the biggest moneymaker here, and I'm a partner, and that is me. So I am proprietary.
Art referring to such things as recipes.
Recipes.
Formulas, processes, strategies, techniques, or compilations of information which are used in one's business, and which provide an opportunity to obtain an advantage over competitors who do not know of them or use them. Due to its very narrow definition under the law, we contend that the term trade secrets does not include personal secrets concerning the private lives of Mr. Stern, Beth Stern, their family members, or their household.
Oh, God, help me. Please. That is such a great sentence. Like, no, we are very much at will to report on the private lives of the skeleton twins, is the way I read that sentence. And it's not covered by, oh, God damn it. What trade secrets do they strategies, techniques? It's like saying all that stuff he won't talk about, like the ratings and the listeners. And this is great stuff. This is all we want.
And the argument that they're making here as well is that it's very unlikely that their personal life was trademarked or copyrighted.
Right.
Yeah. No. Mm-mm.
And it's also nebulous as to what it's my personal life. I'm there. You just willy-nilly going to use it's my personal life when it's convenient for you to shut me down. At the same time, it's so ambiguous. on these, she signed the document. Question is whether they would pay her off to keep quiet. NDAs are legally dubious. Yes, they are, Andrew Jenkins. The trade secret is how he gets his hair looking so fine. Private formula, Soul Glow. But Sebastian Wetlook.
Correct.
On these grounds, we are confident that the agreement would protect only very limited kind of asset held by Mr. Stern personally, while, at the same time, fail to protect the kind of very personal information identified with specificity in paragraph 6 of the separation agreement but absent from the agreement. In addition to our objections, we note 2 weaknesses of the agreement that benefit Ms. Kuhn. The agreement, unlike the separation agreement, has neither a fee-shifting provision nor an arbitration provision, thus liberating Ms. Kuhn, if enforced, from the panoply of deterrents to suit that such a...
Nice panoply, Leonard. Nice use of panoply.
From the panoply of deterrents to suit that such agreements routinely contain, and allowing her to litigate these colorable claims in a very public forum without the fear of incurring crippling costs of suit. With this in mind, please take notice that, unless the parties are able to come to a reasonable agreement whereby Ms. Kuhn is adequately compensated along the lines identified above, Ms. Kuhn is fully prepared to file suit in the Supreme Court for the state of New York seeking a declaration that the agreement is void for the reasons specified herein.
Oh, this is the best.
Let's go. Yes.
Oh, this is crazy. They are fucking throwing haymakers.
Yeah, this attorney is definitely picking apart their arguments one by one.
And they're playing on the fact that Howard and Beth are terrified of this shit getting out. They are terrified of everything and her being able to tell her story. They thought by now she would have buckled. And they are currently, this clearly, as thankful, has ruined their summer. Yeah, I think they are running they thought by now she would have capitulated and backed down, and they're still hammering. And as soon as they invoked the Supreme Court, this is the best. They're not going to quit.
I would hope that we can avoid litigation by negotiating a settlement that is amenable to both sides.
A settlement doesn't necessarily mean just money, too.
Mm-hmm.
I will align my timeline with yours and set a date for the filing of Ms. Kuhn's lawsuit as no earlier than March 20th, 2026. Thus, if the parties are unable to finalize an agreement by March 19th, 2026, we will take all necessary and appropriate legal action to preserve Ms. Kuhn's rights in this matter. I look forward to speaking with you further and hope that together we can reach an amicable resolution. Very truly yours.
Very truly yours, after you just lit him up with threats and threats upon threats. Very truly yours. I look forward to it. The pleasantries at the end is hilarious. So Howard's team responds to that threat. Zuckerberg reacts to Leonard. Document 52.
Mr. Leonard, we represent 112 Incorporated. As you can imagine, we were surprised by your March 5, 2026 letter and threat to go to court seeking to vacate the May 10, 2022 confidentiality agreement. Specifically, your threat to go to court seeking a declaratory judgment unless your client is provided $1.5 million is unacceptable and unequivocally rejected. There is no basis for a declaratory judgment action here, in part because there is no bona fide justiciable and substantial controversy.
Uh-oh, guys, he just said bona fide, justiciable.
I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah. That he thinks they're going to read that and go, oh my God, bona fide, justiciable. We're done. Okay. You got your way. We'll play ball. Yes, you win. Justifiable, unequivocal.
Your client has not threatened to breach the NDA and, in turn, the company is not threatening to enforce it. Nor is there any basis for your demand under any scenario. Of course, if we misunderstand your client's intentions, please be clear in this regard. Otherwise, your client was terminated for legitimate and lawful basis. Notwithstanding the company's legitimate and lawful basis for termination, and the at-will nature of Ms. Kuhn's employment, with no specific term of employment, much less any entitlement to severance or other post-termination compensation, your client was offered a generous severance of $35,700 and 6 months of COBRA. That severance offer expires on March 19, 2026. If you want to discuss the matter in reasonable way, we are available and would welcome a discussion.
Isn't it amazing the disparity of $35,000 to $1.5 million?
Well,
they're going.
I mean, from the very, very beginning, as soon as I saw the terms that they're starting with, I'm like, this is ridiculous. I'm blown away that this attorney and Howard Stern, that they want to stick with this $35,000. How much is her fucking rent? How much tax is going to come out of it?
Yep.
I mean, give me a break.
Great point. She lives in New York, too, by the way. The two most expensive areas you could possibly live in or be, you know, in and around New York City and the Hamptons. I mean, you're so right. And knowing what they know about Howard, you know, and also too, like I said, that the process is the punishment. They say this about the legal term, but the guy with the most lawyer, the guy with the most money, the guy with the most powerful lawyers will just drain you, your resources, and frustrate you, and I will outspend you and you will give up. It doesn't sound like Leonard is playing that game here because he's doing it on a contingency basis, right?
Yeah, and that's where she has an advantage because she's not spending a dime.
That's right. That's right. We can never lose sight of that. Can never lose sight of that.
And the fact that this attorney is taking it on contingency to do all of this work for free at the risk of losing the case and then having to pay Howard, this attorney does believe that they have an angle and that they have a case.
Another great point by you. Think about what Tendrils just said. Like, you're not wasting your time on this. You got to see all the court filings he put into this. And some of the really vast pages. You are not wasting your time on this unless you know you are fairly confident you are going to win. You're not, you know, think about all the wasted time. This isn't, and I don't know if Leonard is passionate about, you know, NDAs and freedom of speech and fighting for the little guy, which he's running for office out there. So maybe he is, but I mean, Tendrils is so spot on. You would never waste this copious time like this and not have some sunlight in the end of all this. You were going some pot of rainbow of gold at the end of this is going to happen. You just wouldn't.
Yeah, an attorney is not going to do this work based on wishful thinking.
No.
Yeah.
No. Tamara's the king of wishful thinking. I got over you. That's such a Gary Delabate song, right? We don't know if she signed it. She's claiming she didn't. No, she said they forged it. She said they straight up forged it.
Right.
The employment agency can verify this. Those are harsh accusations. This is amazing, says Rupert Pumpkin. For a personal assistant of a radio host, imagine if Leslie Kuhn actually had an important position with the CIA or the FBI. I know. Think about the stupidity that really how unimportant this job truly is. Maybe if I'm going to say something negative about Leslie Kuhn to her and take it for what it's worth, you have the most unimportant job on the face of the earth. It helps nobody. Nobody's enhanced by it. It doesn't. This job means nothing to no one. Very great point, Rupert. Not that, but on what on earth did they do to her? Tendrils isn't there for formula or arriving at a settlement figure.
Yeah, you know, her claim basically is the pain and suffering of unfair employment, or however she framed it.
Hostile work environment.
Yeah, hostile work environment. I'm telling you, she had to be involved up to her elbows in all kinds of stuff, like
Yep.
like that was over her head, that she had no idea to, what to do or how to do it, and then being pressured.
Getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning and staging Beth's Instagram to make it look like she did the work.
Yeah. I mean, it's one thing if they said, well, all you did was calendar his events. You were, riding high on this salary, but I don't know. It would be great for this to like go further so that we could really figure out what.
That's what we're hopefully going to find out.
The scope of everything that she had to do or went through.
And by the way, maybe that's in the future court filings I haven't narrated yet. There's a ton of them still out there with fine print and shit that I haven't read yet. So maybe that's coming. Exactly what she did. Or hints of it. At least we'll take hints of it. We want this to go on. We're not looking for the last thing we want is a settlement, right? We're not happy for anybody. Unless it goes to us.
However, your threat.
How's football so right? He might as well just say we gave her a generous severance package of 0. After paying for Cobra, she'd end up with about $5,000. He's so right. You might as well just say we gave her 0.
Yeah.
And baseless demand cannot be seen as the beginning of a serious discussion. This communication is for settlement purposes only and is without waiver of any position in fact, law, or equity. Sincerely, Joshua Zuckerberg.
Sincerely. All right. So this is the last one for our purposes until we move on to the documentary, the headliners and legends. This is John Leonard's response to that. So whatever she disclosed, they must think it's worth that much. Oh, and then some, Pink Sheep. They know, especially Leslie Kuhn, at least knows how Howard is terrified of all this stuff. She knows he will never let this shit out. And they know, and especially the part about the fraudulent Beth Furry's friends and all the bullshit she's pulled and all the fake charity scams and all the events they throw out there and shaking down the audience. The worst thing in the world is for them to pull up, this is all a scam. And her writing, private jets from Florida to New York, right? What does fuel cost? $20,000 to transfer 2 cats from New York to Palm Beach.
Yeah,
that's going to all be exposed.
The fact that they start out with 35,000 and continue with 35,000.
They're not even meeting in the middle. I know.
It's
Dear Mr. Zuckerberg.
Okay, so this is John Leonard's response to Zuckerberg, what we just read.
Dear Mr. Zuckerberg, having read your response to our demand, I question the labor and employment law lens through which you view the current dispute between the parties. Your continual assertions that Ms. Kuhn was an at-will employee with no employment contract and was terminated lawfully are as misplaced here as are your suggestions that what your client has offered Ms. Kuhn is generous because she had no entitlement to severance or other post-termination compensation. We are not concerned with labor and employment law issues. Our concerns are purely contract-based and must be treated as such.
That's a great paragraph. So you're calling that generous? You think that we're supposed to be thankful for that shit? That's the way they framed it. I love that paragraph.
Yeah.
He sounds like he's getting angrier too, which I love.
The current dispute between the parties is the validity and enforceability of the alleged confidentiality agreement dated May 10, 2022, between Ms. Kuhn and Howard Stern. You transmitted that agreement to me on February 26, 2026, attached to an email stating that, while Ms. Kuhn did not have an employment letter or agreement, you will find attached here too a copy of the NDA she previously signed. Further, the confidentiality provisions of the separation agreement and release of claims attached to your email and offered to Ms. Kuhn for execution contains specific language requiring Ms. Kuhn to ratify the confidentiality agreement by acknowledging that the confidentiality agreement signed by on May 10, 2022, remains in full force and effect and is in
Tendril, I say this all the time, and Tamara, certainly you could weigh in on this too. Like, isn't just saying you have a confidentiality agreement and an NDA violating the NDA? Isn't just saying that you have one a violation of it, in the sense that you're saying that these people have a lot to hide? Just you admitting that you have one, is that violating it by you just saying that you have one?
I don't think that's a violation of the NDA. I think the NDA's purpose is not necessarily not disclosing that there's an NDA, but not disclosing the information that the NDA is, intended to protect.
It feels to me.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. It does. It feels to me that the employers, Howard at the forefront of it, biggest concern is they don't want you to know that they are wielding NDAs and they are afraid that they want to even, they're terrified of you knowing that NDAs even exist in their world, that they don't want you to know that. And then most employers would be the same. We are so ironclad. We are so neurotic. We are so militantly demagogue that we don't want, we don't even want you to know that we have NDAs. You know what I mean?
But how is that a violation if I didn't disclose anything? All I said was I don't.
Right, the word disclose. But isn't it? It's almost like they would have it written in the language that we don't even want you to say that you have one, because that's an admission that we have shit to hide. It's embarrassing that we're that neurotic.
Well, they didn't even want the fact of this
overlords, right?
Contract even mentioned.
Yep.
Right.
They did not want it to even be mentioned.
That's right. That's so Howard, isn't it? Overlords, right, Johnny Meyer?
Incorporated herein by reference. It is, therefore, indisputable that you, on behalf of your client, asserted the confidentiality agreement's validity and enforceability. Kuhn contests these assertions. As discussed at length in my letter to you dated March 5, 2026, Kuhn denies signing the confidentiality agreement or any non-disclosure agreement with any other person, natural or otherwise, asserts that the alleged agreement lacks consideration, contends that the confidentiality agreement is unenforceable against her, and maintains that the confidentiality agreement does not protect your client or the Stearns from the disclosures they seek to prevent.
Hold up.
As such, Kuhn claims entitlement to a judgment against Howard Stern personally, declaring that the confidentiality agreement is void and unenforceable against her. The validity of the confidentiality agreement directly affects whether Kuhn may speak openly and candidly about her employment experiences with the Stearns, as well as the termination of that employment.
Oh, please hold up. This is a dream come true. Holy shit. That paragraph, that sentence. Oh, Christ. Howard, Howard's just like totally fucking apoplectic, wigging out at his name getting brought up like that, and the way it said against Howard Stern personally. He can't stand that.
Please take notice that Ms. Kuhn fully intends to publicly discuss her experiences during the term of her employment by 112 as the executive assistant for Howard Stern in Southampton, New York, in order to defend her professional reputation, which has been sullied by the fact of and alleged reason given for the termination of her employment.
Hey, ARM? ARM?
Yes.
I want to focus on this piece right here.
Okay.
Again, I do not practice law. Therefore, I do not know the validity of the claims that they are
lawyers speak
asserting here.
Presumably,
I can't speak 100% on the claims that they're asserting here. However, this is a very interesting piece. They're saying the lawyer is presenting her basically as a victim. Okay. They're saying the reason why she wants the ability to speak openly and candidly about her employment experiences with the Stearns, as well as the termination, is in order to defend her professional reputation.
Of course.
So they're making the Stern side is basically trying to characterize her as, you know, trying to shake them down. And her attorney is saying she wants the ability to speak openly about her experiences there because you have defamed her.
We also absolutely. And we also haven't officially found out, and they're trying to put a lid on why she got fired.
Yeah.
We don't even know that. They want to make it out like, oh God, she's a horrible employee. And she's like, no, this is a hostile work environment. You put me through all this shit and you gave me expectations. And I want to say why anytime someone gets fired and they can't talk about it, they will never get hired again after that.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to hire this person.
And her wanting the ability to speak to about this still leads me to the fact that they had her way involved with the pets. I mean, imagine them expecting her to give like medical care to the animals.
Who are you going to believe, Tendrils? The person who wants to tell us, who are you going to believe? And Tamfran, who are you going to believe? The person who can't wait and is thirsting, is chomping at the bit to tell their story with full transparency, or the person who is paying you to shut up? Who are you going to believe in that case? Right? Think about that.
Yeah.
There is no truth because you were stopping her from telling her story. She's like, no, I know what happened. I'm going to tell you, and I don't give a fuck. This NDA is non-enforceable. I didn't sign shit. And they want to do everything in their power to shut you up. Who are you going to believe? Gun to your head, 200 people, 195 of them are going to believe Leslie Kuhn in the situation, is telling the truth.
Yeah.
I see another bona fide justiciable coming up, says Pink Sheep. Spoiler alert. Howard caught screwworm in his wig, and then he blamed Selena. There is truth. There is truth. They just don't want her to tell it. That's right, Pink
Disclosures
Sheep.
would likely include information regarding other organizations and natural persons in Mr. Stern's orbit, including Beth Stern and her charitable organization, as well as family members, friends, and business associates, as well as staff and other members of
That is his biggest. See, here's the other thing, and I think we glossed over it, and we should. What they're really worried about is her talking shit about their celebrity friends. Isn't that really at the core of it the biggest concern they have?
You know what?
Right, that's in that paragraph.
Yeah, that probably is a paranoia. Remember when I shared about the hack and Sony, the emails that were released about executives talking shit about the movie stars?
Right. That's who they run with. You know, Jimmy Fallon came over and threw a drink in my face. You know, just we caught him pissing in the bushes or something, that kind of shit. They are terrified of that. Oh
Yeah,
the celebrity angle is something we cannot gloss over.
Because you can picture a scenario where the details of Kimmel and Molly going to visit him and no more candle and, you know, we have to eat by 4.
Yes,
you could see a scenario of that coming out on the air and him being
Kendall, that was blocked on my channel. That was blocked. That audio was blocked on my channel.
Wow.
That's the extent they go to.
Yeah, but I'm saying you could see a scenario where Howard was so upset by it that he ranted and raved, you know, without anybody hearing him except for her. You know what I mean?
Yes. Rupert Pumpkin has a great joke here, and it's not ridiculous, too. This is the type of shit that could come out. Kuhn George Stephanopoulos and his wife, Allie Wentworth, are swingers. That's the type of shit that she has access to. I'm telling you. That he's kidding, but there's shit like that going on. Pink Sheep goes, I'm telling you, she knows about the combination Roy Rogers McDonald's Express in the basement.
and her charitable organization, as well as family members, friends, and business associates, as well as staff and other members of the household.
Emily's
Kuhn,
lesbian.
of course, intends to make only such disclosures as are permissible by law.
Marcy Turk's secret. Marcy Turk needs to be brought up in this over and over again. It's amazing her name has it because she controlled everything at Sirius. So Yeah, invoking Marcy Turk as often as you can scares the shit out of them. It's amazing. But there's more speaking footage of like Epstein before the Epstein files had been released. Baron Trump is on camera speaking more than Marcy Turk is. It is unbelievable how she's
that is really crazy. It really is.
all this time. Really, you're going back over a decade. She hasn't had. There's no speaking footage of her anywhere. It's crazy.
But why is that? What is so rough and tough about Marcy Turk that
because it's embarrassing that he has her in number one, and then she has it where I want the best of both ways. I don't want to. I'm not Tim Sabian. I'm not Tom Chisano. You're not making a joke out of me. I'm also part of this getting things done cult, and I don't want to be I don't want to be on the air fodder. And there's going to be an ironclad thing in everybody's contract where I am never to be brought up. Remember, Tamara, did you hear the clip I played of Matthew Berry, the fantasy sports guru, that he read the Riot Act by Will Murray that said you can't bring up Marcy Turk, Howard's kids, or Allison when you come on. That is written out. That is every guest is told that.
Given the above, we do not agree with your conclusion that there is no basis for a declaratory judgment action here, in part because there is no bona fide justiciable and substantial controversy. It is undeniable that the rights at issue with regard to the validity and enforceability of the confidentiality agreement are substantial as it is by virtue of that alleged agreement that your client seeks to silence Kuhn. Further, binding case law makes clear that a justiciable controversy exists between parties which is suitably resolved by declaratory judgment even where the court is asked to determine the rights and obligations of the parties concerning future conduct. Your framing of my client's position has been misleading, a fact which has not gone without notice.
This fucking, when I put this format together, it loves to create spaces where there is none. So it took the 37,000 and it made it $37. And it's funny. You might as well go to that number. It's just as insulting as 37,000.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, you might as well. That's as sane as the other.
Fully aware of your client's position that the $37 500.00 settlement amount contained in the separation agreement is generous, according to you. She is being asked.
I do a little editorial at the end. I add a sentence or two in. I want to see if you guys can spot it towards the end. I just did it one time. It's the only time I fucked with it. It's the only time I try to keep it serious, but at the end I threw in some editorial.
Asked to release claims that she does not possess.
What, Tamara?
I was just gonna say I do like that Leonard is turning up the heat. He's like, you guys think we're playing. Oh no, this is straight up serious. We about to
They thought he was some country bumpkin lawyer that he was playing. They really did. Howard's got this team of retainer lawyers, and they're gonna throw him at you, and Sirius is involved, and they're just gonna buckle. They're gonna be terrified. No, this guy's not backing down. It's great. Yes, thank you, Sarah. If not subscribe, please subscribe and hit like right now while you're at it. Thank you, Sarah. If you like the episode, hit like. If you don't like the episode, don't hit like. What is the thing? All the YouTube guys all spout the same cliches all the time now. They go, hey, come on. It costs nothing. Just hit like. It costs nothing to subscribe. Just hit that. Just smash that like and subscribe button. I'm going to come on and I'm going to read. I'm going to in unison, I'm going to read all the YouTube content creator cliches they say about it. It costs nothing to hit that like button right now. It costs nothing to subscribe.
Due to the fact that she was an at-will employee with no employment contract who had been terminated for cause. However, we are also keenly aware of your and your client's assertion that, by virtue of the terms of the confidentiality agreement.
Okay, then now I'm in Latvia. Come on. I know. Hold on.
Waived her right to Spoon had already waived her right to speak freely about anything having to do with 112.
The Stearns, her employment with 112 and the termination of that
I
employment.
can't listen. This is music
And
to my
thus,
ears.
like the release of claims contained in the separation agreement, she would not be giving up anything of value by executing an agreement containing additional confidentiality and non-disclosure terms.
Oh, it's so good. Another shot at them. There's nothing of value you have.
Thus, it is implied that, given her alleged execution of the confidentiality agreement, she had already waived all the same rights contained in the confidentiality provisions of the separation agreement. Kuhn should then, according to you and your client, take what was offered her due to her weak prospects of obtaining anything more given the terms of the confidentiality agreement and her lack of any viable labor and employment claims against any person, natural or otherwise.
Ah, what a great paragraph that was, right, Tendrils? It's what we've been saying. You have no prospects. You have no options. You'll take whatever the fuck we serve. If 30, you are lucky to get 35 grand. That's exactly what they're saying.
Yeah.
You are a piece of shit.
They're not making a labor or employment argument here.
No. We want to tell our story. But you are a piece of shit. You are a peon. And you are lucky that we're even doing that. And that's what they're saying. I mean, that's what Howard's team is saying to her. You are a commoner. We're going to crush you under our boot.
Having reviewed the confidentiality agreement, the separation agreement and relevant case law concerning the enforceability of restrictive covenants, we reject any suggestion that Kuhn is relegated to accepting the paltry sum offered to her in exchange for her silence. The separation agreement contains a broad and extensive confidentiality provision which protects not only Howard Stern, but 112, Sirius XM, Beth Stern, Beth Stern's Furry Friends Foundation, as well as the Stearns family, friends, and business associates.
Yeah, but that's protecting Howard. Those people that's like in proxy with him is protecting Howard. It's not that he's concerned with them. It's him in relation through the, so it's always about Howard in this situation. What are you reading?
Did you see it, Tendrils?
Yes, I saw the Easter egg.
You looked ahead.
Associates. Further, the confidentiality extends not only to corporate information such as proprietary information, intellectual property, and trade secrets.
Yeah, take that like button to Pound Town. Thank you, Pink Sheep. Please. That like and subscribe button. Take it to Pound Town. I know. What's to stop it from with the televised thing, Tendrils? This isn't a federal trial, although they want to take it to the Supreme Court. You just need the judge to sign off on it. But New York is weird with cameras in the courtroom. It's a Suffolk County court. New York is always prickly with. I just don't know of a lot of trials in New York that get the camera treatment. Hey, if we get depositions, that'd be great.
Yeah, and just an FYI, I've been reading everything ahead of time, not in real time as the narration is going. So I have, I can be a little bit ahead of the game as far as what to discuss. But go ahead. I saw the Easter egg. It's awesome.
It also covers the personal, financial, business, and health information of natural persons. As we have stated before, if your client wants Kuhn to agree to confidentiality and non-disclosure agreements to which she is not.
Yeah, just to recap, Rooster Sideburns, they offered her $35,000 to go away and shut up. That's what they're saying. You're lucky to get that. We're giving you what was it, guys? 2 months of health insurance,
5 days of vacation, and 2
5 days of vacation. Right
there, you go.
But Rooster is missing the mark. 35,000. That's an extreme low ball. They offered her 35,700.
700. Yeah, I forgot the 700. So they were going to low ball, and they're coming back with 1.5 million, and apparently that's the lowest to get it taken seriously.
Already bound. Your closeted homosexual huckster, plug-headed, 69 IQ client and his silicone-lacked wonky-eyed wife will have to pay her commensurate with the value of such restrictive covenants. Ms. Kuhn's position is neither surprising nor unreasonable nor...
Let's hear that again.
Oh, that was awesome.
He
Love
got
it.
me last time with that. You put that in something else.
I shouldn't have said anything. I
on
shouldn't have.
early.
I
and
was
was
stupid.
like,
I shouldn't have said
no.
anything. I shouldn't have said
and
anything.
non-disclosure agreements to which she is not already bound. Your closeted homosexual huckster, plug-headed, 69 IQ client and his silicone-lacked wonky-eyed wife will have to pay her commensurate with the value of such restrictive covenants. Ms. Kuhn's position is neither surprising nor unreasonable nor baseless nor unacceptable.
Yeah, the big word's
What is
baseless. They love
unreasonable and unacceptable, but not surprising, is your firm's willingness to advance a fraudulent, void, and unenforceable confidentiality agreement on behalf of your client as the basis for obtaining broad and valuable rights for your client and its associates at bargain basement prices.
Oh God, tendrils.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right on
it.
the money. Like what you said is prophetic because you back 2 transcripts ago, he's all over it. He thinks this is bargain basement prices. This is the most insulting offer you could ever give to someone. And you called it from the first paragraph.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, they're making the argument right in this sentence. The firm's willingness to advance a fraudulent, void, and unenforceable confidentiality agreement. It's void, fraudulent, and unenforceable because it would be if she didn't sign those NDAs in May of 2022.
Presumably.
Presumably.
Howard will pay severance and jokes, like Jackie says Rupert Pumpkin, and she can sit in the studio for his show. Also, free donuts and Bagel Wednesday. Oh God, no! Howard every day must go. Wait, I wish Don Buchwald was alive. He must every 10 seconds. Howard's going. I wish Don was here. I wish Don was here. He would alive. This shit would have come to light. Howard is slipping. Pink Sheeps. Howard will be doing a televised trial over Zoom. Oh God, no, I know. His biggest nightmare is to have to get up and go to. Like he's doing everything in his power to have to show up in any level at court. There's no way. And I think that Leslie and Leonard should just do everything in their power to get him to have to fucking schlep in and do the fucking.
Yeah, who's gonna have his outfits ready? Who's
There's no Ralph.
He's
already worried about the hair in a public situation and the right side.
He'll have 10 different black outfits. You know what I mean? 10 different
Yes.
types of blacks outfits. Yeah.
It's all about him, Ed. Ed Bradley. Off to the game show for YouTube called The Big Brain Show. Wish me luck. Nice brag, Johnny Meyer.
Good luck.
Congratulations, Johnny. I want to hear all about your experience.
Bring us the money.
He's hosting it.
Oh, never mind.
Welcome, Shan Cam. Good to see you, Shan Cam. Two weeks in a row. I feel honored and privileged. And 35 and to pay for her own health insurance, which basically puts her at 0. That's right, Housie. Here we go.
As March 19th, 2026 is rapidly approaching, I suggest that we retreat from our stated deadline and plan a phone conference to discuss these issues with a mind towards finding a solution that gives your client and its associates the confidentiality protections that they seek and compensates mine commensurate with the value of the rights she would relinquish. If I do not hear favorably from you, I will proceed as previously discussed. Very truly yours, John J. Leonard. P.S. Don't believe me. I'll bring up Marcy Turk and the Getting Things Done cult, Beth Stearns' felonious father medical fraud, Dr. Bob, the basement bowling alley, the helicopter pad, the hairplug plastic surgery panic rooms, etc., etc., etc.
You didn't know that was coming, at least.
No.
Which is what he's saying, right? I mean, this is okay. So those are the 4. We're coming back with this. This is certainly not it. It's just what I'm reserved for this show. The back and forth is amazing. These are Ames prices, says Pink Sheep. Not bargain basement. Ames prices. The Skeleton Twins would take it away like Chiasano did to Stuttering John's health insurance. That's a great callback, Tata Toothy. That does remind me of that with John and Chiasano. She'll do it when she gets up here. She'll definitely, Ronnie. She'll do it when she gets up here. I remember a few predicting when Howard would actually lose his dad that he'd have a breakdown. Did that ever happen? Yeah, he not only had a breakdown, but he defamed him in the most insulting, posthumous way possible, trying to rewrite history. And his dad couldn't have been sweeter, a more supportive father that spoiled his encouragement. Everybody should have it. Yes, Pam Fran. You're welcome, Shan Camp. Will Beth break a hoof again to get out of peering? Shan Camp is quite the singer, if I remember right, too. Will Beth break a hoof again to get out of the... I know. Oh, God. You talk about histrionic bullshit. She is going to throw herself down a spiral staircase, off an elevator, anything to get out of it.
I don't think so. She's going to plan an outfit for every...
She loves attention, though.
That's going to be worth thousands of dollars.
You're right. She does love attention. And she thinks she's going to use her feminine wiles to sway.
Yeah, the clavicle showing. Yes.
Yes. I don't sing. Everybody sings, Shankamp. All right. Really quick before the WNBC thing. I mean, the documentary. We're just at NBC. I want to play this really quick to show you what a piece of shit Howard can be in private. This is Howard. Ronnie tells a story about Howard's shit fit, his king baby shit fit in the back of a limo when no one was looking, and Howard thought Ronnie didn't see this. So hopefully Leslie Kuhn can use this.
Well, sometimes I can tell he's upset because he starts swerving all over with the car and like driving like a maniac.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's about you that I'm upset.
Well, it does.
No, it doesn't. Especially it could be about some fucking cab that cut me off or something.
When I put the partition up, he drives particularly bad.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I know. The court artist will be great for that, right, Rooster? Oh, it's so great. A rendering of Howard from the right side.
No, I do what I do.
Psychologically, what's going on? I'm cutting him off, and it freaks him out.
Oh, it's so not true.
And then he starts going like he literally sometimes I'm like almost falling off the chair.
He's so full of shit.
Okay,
come on now.
So this is Ronnie here is always been put in this position where Howard will like lie or try to just embarrass him here. And then Ronnie knows so much shit about Howard. If he says anything, and eventually Ronnie snaps and will say what he's about to say at the end of this.
It's like Ronnie's an angry guy, He's got a lot of anger issues.
Yeah, don't we all?
Yeah. And I'll admit that.
All right, I admit it too.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't even know how angry you are. That's the funny thing. You don't even know how aggressive you are.
Okay. In all this time, we've never...
Yeah, well said, Housey Football. To Shankamp, too, but Housey's right. Basically, to summarize, he basically eulogized his dad as a piece of shit who was an under-earning father who was a piece of shit who abused him and told, not his sister, who he never brings up, Ellen, and he told lies about his dad being an awful dad and did nothing for him. Complete lies, complete bullshit.
Hey,
well said, Housey. Yes.
I just want to start out by saying everybody has their trauma, but as someone who went through the craziest shit growing up and into my early adulthood, I hear the things that he is traumatized by, and I'm like,
you are called.
I had to endure even one single event in my life, you would crumble. I mean,
all of us
just
compared to
crazy.
Him. Yep, business as usual, Shankamp. Just draw a pelican and a black John Barbados suit, easy peasy.
Hit anybody. We've never killed anybody. I've never hit another car.
I can tell when you're irritated.
You ever flip the bird?
I can tell when you're irritated too, dude. So come on.
Yeah, but you don't know it through my driving.
You start throwing everything. Come on. What are you talking about?
I don't throw anything at you.
Start carrying on, not at me. But I hear stuff flying around in the back of the car, throwing things.
Are you insane?
Dropping books and carrying on. And
he's such a liar.
No, I'm not.
No, I'm not. The car.
No, he gets all upset when he gets something doesn't work. He'll just start banging on it and stuff. You don't fucking lie, man.
I'm not lying.
How many phones did you break before we had cell phones?
Yeah.
When the phones didn't work in the car.
How many times did you bang him in the back? Come on.
Never.
Oh, stop it. Stop it.
I could see angry with somebody and then
Oh, that is so great. The Howard shit fit, the black in a limo. Remember those little car phones? He's ripping them out of the side. Oh, that's
So
the
the
real
same
guy.
thing he's accusing Ron of being angry. That's really the finger pointing back at him. He's
But
the
how
one
much
that's
more
angry.
stressful is it to drive than to use a fucking car phone in a limo in the back in New York? That's the real guy. Original Missing in Action. Just wanted to say, great show, gentlemen. Go Knicks. We're gonna do a Knicks show. Howard's fake, poser fandom next week. MIA. There's tons of material for that. I think that's a perfect time to do it. Win or lose, by the way. It doesn't matter. It's a lock. Yep, that's a great
You
point.
live in New York, right, Arm?
Yeah.
Sorry, you live in New
I'm a
York,
Trailblazer
right?
fan, though.
I'm
a Portland Trailblazer
Are
fan.
you worried that New York is going to burn?
No, there's so obnoxiously, there's so many fake fans. And where were these people during the James Bailey, Rory Sparrow, Louis Orr, Trent Tucker, Ken Bannister, Pat Cummings days? And it's such a celebrity culture. And it's the very pinnacle of have and have-nots and overcharging and the unaffordability of that is the borough of New York and the city of New York, the borough of Manhattan and the city of New York. And their fans are so, the Stephen A. Smiths and the Michael Rappaports, I can't take them when they lose. I can't take the gloating, the bragging. I can't take, they haven't won it, since 1973. And I feel sorry for the real fans like the Josh Fosters of the world. And they just make it the entitlement this team had when they sucked to charge fans thousands of dollars to sit courtside to watch a team that's 20-62 or 25-57. They're just so hateable to me. And when I was growing up, they were awful. They were boring. They were a non-entity. Nobody gave a shit. Nobody went to anything. It was only until Pat Riley got there in the early 90s and all the celebrities started to come in there is when they became anything worth a damn. So I never abide by that. You're rooting for the uniform. These players aren't from New York. They don't care about you. They'll come to the best offer. They don't care about the city. They don't care about anything. You're rooting for the uniform. So I think if you were truly rooting for a New York team, you would root for the team that had the most guys from New York on it. If it happened to be the Grizzlies, if it happened to be the Timberwolves, if it happened to be the Trailblazers, that would be your New York team. They don't care about you. They don't care about New York. It's the dumbest thing in the world. And that's what I've been subjected to my whole life. All my friends root for teams that aren't in New York. All of them.
Just see I feel like there's a sweep coming, especially from what I saw last night. And I just wanted to ask you, since
it seems fixed. It seems fixed.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff I've watched, some of the giving up by some of the NBA's best players. Sara showed me an Epstein email that said that they have from 2019 to modern day that they have. The NBA is so many times.
I saw that.
The NBA is so many times that the fix has been in. We have Chauncey Billups. We have all these we have been circumspect about the validity of an NBA game. The mob is involved. We have, and I'm just waiting for the next hammer to drop. We have the referee Tim Donaghy scandal in the early 2000s, both involving the Lakers because the NBA needs the Lakers to be in the championship.
I saw the documentary on Netflix.
Hey, Arm?
Yep.
I have a question. When did the term flopping or floppers originate? Do you know?
It's always been there, but it's more prevalent now that the players are throwing themselves on the ground because all they do is shoot threes. So the James Hardens of the world will shoot a three-pointer, and if you come anywhere near him, he's going to throw himself on the floor and flop to get a foul. And it's such a problem that they have to institute rules, and it's controlling the game. And it is really the best players in the league that flop. And so it's a huge issue, and they have to address it, like many of the other problems. But in all the sports, the NBA almost is as close to the WWE now as it gets. It feels very manipulated, and we have proof of it. There's a Terry Rozier thing. He has to forfeit. He's going to lose his entire salary for leaving the game early to fix point spreads and stat lines and DraftKings. And it seems very, very, very shady as fuck now. Now, Bill DeLego says that's Philly fans. And I feel sorry for the real Knick fans that deserve this. But again, these guys are not from New York. They don't care about you. They don't care about your city. Rooting for the home team would be rooting for the team that had the most guys from New York in it. Any racist clips of Pelican calling Patrick Ewing the missing link? I could probably find one, not the toothy. Who am I? Dave DeBuscher over here. Right, Tata Toothy? The fouls, the flopping, the 3-point contest. Arm, can you show yourself cutting down the net? Yeah, I have it somewhere. I mean, I usually put it in the beginning of this thing. Let me number 34. That's right. That's right. That's the to me, that's the quintessential like power forward number. It was like the coolest number in sports when I was a kid. Like for somehow if you wore 34, like you're a great running back, you're a great power forward. And I just don't know why. I love that number. Because so here we go. Headliners and legends, WNBC Day. You do it, Tendrils. Do WNBC.
WNBC.
Very nice. Pig vomit.
He is the jock of shock.
17 minutes, right about here.
Interesting, remotely interesting. I revived him.
28-year-old Howard walks in on a cloud of dreams. A $200,000 a year contract in his pocket, a luxury high-rise apartment, and the assurances of WNBC that he will have.
So here's the professional victim, already in his 20s. Davyd was really good at this last week. Let's call it 250 grand in 1982-ish, 83, whatever that translates to today. This guy has always been rich. There's never been a situation where he can relate to a commoner.
Yeah,
and it's not until you pointed that out, Arm. I never thought about that because he always says I only made $63 or whatever it was
for 2 weeks, and he shouldn't have made it. He wasn't doing anything.
I said that on Gunk or your show, I can't remember, and I'm just like, wait, what?
And he's lucky he got that. Yes, and he's lucky he even got that at the time. No one's listening, no experience. Why should you get any more than that? Tamara, can you do me a favor? Can you look up $250,000 in 1981, what that translates to today?
Okay.
Oh my God.
Free reign. All that is about to change. On April 2nd, 1982, NBC Radio's newest DJ is the subject of a profile on NBC television.
What you're about to hear.
Before I play this, I want to play Jackie Martling on the Anthony Cumia show with Stuttering John, talking about coming to WNBC and what Howard's real persona was and how they were called upon to make him over, who the real guy actually is. This is a really telling thing, what a poser he is. This is Jackie talking about how he was called upon to remake Howard's image until they brought in Dee Snider to do it.
Big part of the fun.
Okay, thank you, PC23. So it's just under $1 million a year.
Yeah.
He's 27, 28 years old. And this is what? So he's right into the limo. I think they paid for the ride back and forth. He never took the subway. This is like, he's the most unrelatable human being on the planet.
Because it wasn't in my era. They timed it. Yes. Very.
So Jackie's talking about private parts, how they screwed him out of, they just plopped him in there, and you're like, "What is this?" And he's like, the audience is going, "Where did Jackie come from?" And how
They made it look like they went to the moon, and then I stumbled in at the last minute. And Stuttering John wasn't there yet. You know?
Yeah, it was kind of.
Look at Jackie Martling just stepped in, Robin, to help us celebrate the good fortune we created.
And they did kind of cool him up a lot earlier than he was cool. There was the little,
You'll never
the
get
little
me to say
afro
that.
and the mustache through all of NBC.
When I first walked in the Stern Show, he was built like a pear. He was a big, fat Jewish guy with a big afro. You know? Yeah. And I said to Fred, what kind of music does he listen to? He says, I can't get him to listen to music. I can't get him to watch sports. And all of a sudden, Dee Snider came in and said, you should wear this. You should wear this.
Right.
You like this and tell everybody you like this. And all of a sudden, there's this new person. You know?
That was Dee, right? He kind of influenced his look.
So would you hear him trying to say that he's this music fan, and he tries, he's a fake Springsteen fan and a fake Rolling Stones fan? The real guy is what Jackie's describing. All of this is poser bullshit. It's all fake. It's wrestling.
He's always had a stylist then, right? Even going back to these days.
Yeah, Dee Snider was his original stylist. John Van Beesbrook. 34 belongs to John Van Beesbrook. Holy shit. Beezer.
He kind of influenced his look, I guess.
Yeah, because when I look at somebody,
if you want to look,
if I look around the room, I say, "There's the role model I want.
The guy I need to look like."
What color lipstick?
Brad Pitt. I want to look like Dee Snider.
What color lipstick?
Look at John with Coronas.
Oh my God,
he's wearing.
Yeah. So that's the real guy. Just before we get into WNBC, I want to show you that. That's what they were trying to cultivate. $916,000. Here we go. Back to the stage.
To shock and disgust you because it's vulgar, even obscene.
It's a searing critique of Stern's brand of shock radio, and the NBC TV report sends Howard's bosses running for cover.
It's X-rated radio, barnyard radio, and there's more and more of it on the air because kids love it.
They said, "Oh, big ratings, let's hire him." None of them had bought.
Look at his fucking hair here. What are we thinking? Look at how ridiculous that is there.
The makeup. Yeah.
Look at it. I know the makeup, right, Tampa? Look at that.
Bothered to check how I'd gotten those ratings. So when I got there, literally, the place exploded.
Management decides that the situation can be salvaged if they can control Howard.
That's
that
right,
job
Chubby.
falls to program director Kevin Matheny, soon to become famous to Stern.
Okay, so we get to see, that's Paul Giamatti in Private Parts. We get to see the real Kevin Matheny here in this documentary, which proves that Howard had nothing to do with the production, that they just went on their own field to get these people. This is why this is good.
Stern's fans as pig vomit.
To this bureaucrat, the most important thing in radio was saying WNBC.
WNBC.
You have your WNBC. Howard, got to say WNBC. Very important. Very important.
Yeah, within days or weeks, there was a fairly palpable tension between the two of us, and then it went south instantly.
Matheny hopes to minimize.
It's so funny how Howard tries to, he's such a victim having to say the call letters so much, when all he does is product placement now. I mean, whether it's crowbarring Beth onto the audience, unless it's coming from him, yeah, that's where you work. They want you to say the call letters. It's not a big deal. It's not that bad at all. But nobody product places more than he does now.
But wasn't it also because it was also a WABC? So if I remember right, didn't there need?
Yeah,
to
there's a
be some
WABC.
sort
There's an ABC too, but
of
the way that.
differentiate?
Yeah, but he has to. I mean, he's saying him saying the call letters is something everybody has to do. That's that every DJ has to do that.
I'm
It's not a
special.
No. He's acting like a victim that he had to say the call letters of the station that's paying him almost $1 million a year in ratio to today. It's not a big deal.
The time Stern spends talking by demanding that he play a certain number of records per hour. Lawyers are kept on standby next to.
Oh, is that your first time seeing him build the Lego? Let's just one more time. Here's Kevin Matheny, the real pig vomit. Yeah, it's this is for a lot of people, this is a revolutionary.
Bureaucrat, the most important thing in radio was saying WNBC.
WNBC.
You have your WNBC. Howard, got to say WNBC. Very important. Very important.
Yeah, within days or weeks, there was a fairly palpable tension between the two of us, and then it went south instantly.
Matheny hopes to minimize the time Stern spends talking by demanding that he play a certain number of records.
I mean, if Howard got along with his program director, we wouldn't want that, right? We want the tension. We want them to. What good radio is it if they got along, right? You should be thankful to them.
Per hour. Lawyers are kept on standby next to a dump button. If Howard goes over the line, they'll cut.
Yeah, everything is, you didn't understand my genius. They made me say the call letters. That it is. Everything starts with, they didn't understand my genius. They made me use the same bathroom as Fred. That kind of thing.
Yeah, the fights on the show, those were the best parts of the show.
And those are gone. Those are long gone.
Cut him off. Despite the restraints, Stern begins to win listeners. His double entendres become legendary, like this one, slipped past the censors during a winter blizzard.
How many inches are you hoping for, Robin?
Well, I've been promised 12.
12 inches, huh?
Yeah.
And you think you're going to be able
I
to...
could handle even more. I don't know. I mean, it's the weekend.
Within months, he was in People magazine, he was in the Washington.
Kevin Gray, writer, Details magazine. You know, Howard's been on that a few times. It's interesting. It's just interesting who they fetched for this special. You know, like they must have tried a bunch. Like, did Chauncey, was Chauncey contacted for this? You know, where's AJ Benza?
Post. I mean, people were heralding him and recognized right away that almost overnight there were imitators springing up all over the country.
Stern is outrageous. He makes fun of celebrities and talks about women as sexual objects. And his biggest fans are radio's hottest demographic, males 18 to 34.
And it was beginning in the politically correct time period where you weren't supposed to say certain things. And Howard just came out and said, oh, stop it. This is the truth. And I still love him for that.
Everything is starting to fall into place for Howard. His first daughter, Emily, is born in 1982. He has a new house on the secluded North Shore of Long Island.
So Emily now is, altogether, 44 years old.
Is she?
Isn't that crazy?
I thought they were older, but yeah.
Wow.
And W.
I think Deborah is 4 years younger than her. I think she's born in 86.
My
So
breasts,
Deborah's
my
turning
vagina.
Oh, yeah. God, tendrils, of course. Where am I on that? Here we go. Where's my stuff?
Sexual, spiritual, sexual, both ended on. Rest in Hebrew, God in Hebrew, Shaddai. Shaddai in Hebrew also means my breasts. God. Spiritual, like hell, the name of God. My breasts, my white shining legs, my vagina, my ass are all godly.
My goodness.
My tits inside God. My tits are godly. My tits are God. My tits inside God. My tits are godly. My tits are God.
Oops,
Hey,
it's on a
father, where's the acting? Where's the acting? here?
Hey, Arm.
It's hard to believe she's not the next Natalie Portman, right?
Arm?
Yes.
Real quick. Not that I ever would want to see it, but do we know if there's actual, like, if you could actually see the footage of it versus just the audio?
An Opie and Anthony fan is how that happened. So they're obviously, you know, really fucking, you know, playing dirty with Howard. They had one of their fans sneak into her play and videotape it. So there is footage. It's kind of like dark footage. I don't know, but you know, back then in like 2005-ish, you know, you don't have HD. It's all that fucking like grainy, you know, 240 pixelization footage. It's out there somewhere, but it's really shitty. It's worth looking at though. Thank you, Chubby Pickle. And he clips the Jufro to the poodle look. I'm calling wig here. Totally. Now we watched the evolution of this fucking hair. Of course. Where were we back? How stupid were we? We bought this bullshit. Thank you, Chubby. And here's something for you. And where is she? Where's my girl? Sorry.
Shock jock. You use the N word a lot. You
Do the one with Robin singing.
You,
Okay.
Falcon, the winged black superhero.
Thank you, Chubby.
NBC seems to finally realize that Stern, like Imus, is good for business. The two bad boys of NBC appear together, despite a growing rivalry, in this commercial.
Because of certain indiscreet remarks by Don Imus and Howard Stern, WNBC Radio apologizes to the following: the National Organization for Women.
This was a commercial got in New York. Obviously, you didn't get that. You both are from Southern California, and this was not, obviously this is New York. So if you lived in the tri-state area, this commercial seemed to be on like every 10 minutes, every commercial break for about a 2-3 year period. It seemed like they were doing a ton of these WNBC commercials. And, I'm sure Ralph wasn't packing 12. Zuzazu, Shan Camp, Joan Rivers, unbelievable comic, so patient, too soon. She's as thin-skinned as Howard is. You talk about dish it out and can't take it. Like as revolutionary as Joan Rivers is as a female comedian, she can't take shit if it's given back to her. Oh my God, is she thin-skinned?
Yep.
And they actively bragged about turning down a Scandal reunion, The Warrior, I am the Warrior, and turning down Hall & Oates. Gary was practically giddy about it. How dare you turn down Hall & Oates? He didn't have Daryl Hall on until, I think, 2004 or 2006. The first time. Daryl Hall's almost 80 now. Isn't that crazy? He looks really good for 80. By the way. Yeah, he's almost 80. He's either 79 or 78.
The New York chapter of Hadassah, Governor Cuomo.
By the spring of 1985, Howard has the highest-rated afternoon show in radio and a new contract worth $400,000 a year with a limo thrown in.
So now we have, listen to the salary. So he has a limo, free limo ride. He doesn't have to, and that's continued all the way through.
Because of certain indiscreet remarks by Don Imus and Howard Stern, WNBC Radio apologizes to the following: the National Organization for Women, the New York chapter of Hadassah, Governor Cuomo.
By the spring.
By the way, Howard is so doggedly, mum and protective about his salary. He doesn't even want you to know his WNBC salary in 06. Like, he doesn't even want this out there because it's taking away the victimization. Like, oh God, you were making like in ratio $1 million a year and you had a limo to take you from work every day all the way back at 27, 28 years old.
Of 1985, Howard has the highest.
It's hard to play the victim when that's the hand you dealt all through your 20s.
Highest-rated afternoon show in radio and a new contract worth $400,000 a year with a limo thrown in.
So now he's $400,000 a year immediately and a limo thrown in 1982-83. $400,000 a year.
My wife.
But his success is built on a precipice. Stern keeps pushing the boundaries of good taste, and NBC keeps pushing back. The message isn't lost on him.
They sit you down in a chair and they say, listen, you cost us 50% of those advertising dollars. We've lost thousands of dollars today on this show. You're shaking your boots. The consequences are heavy. You don't want to lose your job.
You have no consequences. They pay your fines for you. Never came out of your own pocket. There are no consequences.
But NBC top brass are increasingly feeling embarrassed by their afternoon man's antics. And over a period of months, the pressure builds to get rid of what's called the Howard problem. On September 27th, 1985, the man with the highest afternoon ratings in NBC history is summarily fired.
In that article, they make a racist thing in the beginning of it. It's hard to see. They did a stupid artistic angle where they have it
over a period of months. The pressure builds to get rid of what's called the Howard problem. On September 27th, 1980,
Marianne Goldstein, New York's most outrageous disc jockey, fired from, made Jews, blacks,
Jews,
the man with
homosexuals, and
who stand for that. It's almost like that's his calling card. Is that is the way
That's
they
true.
see him. Right, Johnny Depp? Right, Tom
Blacks,
Hansen?
Jews, Hispanics, whatever. And people.
With the highest afternoon ratings in NBC history, is summarily fired. The guttermouth of talk radio no longer has a microphone. Coming up, Howard's revenge.
Now I'm #1!
Flower. When Howard Stern arrives at WNBC in 1982, there are only...
Yeah, okay, thank you, Housie. So Daryl Hall, the first time he ever did the Stern Show, and they were offered him, and Gary's this fucking Hall and Oates-ophile. I mean, his whole look is based on John Oates, for Christ's sake. Is 2006 at Sirius, the first time anybody from Hall and Oates had done the show. That's crazy. And they're iconically big, huge. They top album selling duo of all time, right? There's nothing. You're not too cool for them. You're not nothing. You should be having them on the show whenever they want to be on.
only 30 talk radio shows nationwide. Well, by the time, but will the glory go to others? At 31, he suddenly finds himself out of work. His guerrilla radio tactics have won him few friends. And some question whether Stern's shock radio has staying power.
Everything I do on the air has consequences. When you go on and do lesbian dating game, when you gargle body fluids on the air, there are real consequences. I wasn't financially secure.
So he did a Dateline interview in '97 to promote the movie. And so MSNBC at the time in 2006, when the Sirius deal was announced, they put together their own documentary here. And so they're calling together their own footage and getting some new stuff dropped in addition. And this is not Howard's documentary. This is their doing. So they have full editorial control over it.
I knew they probably were going to fire me. But at the same point, I wanted to entertain my audience.
In 1985,
the last thing he cares about is entertaining the audience. Your drive, your pleasure, what he wants is money and fame. That is always follow the money with him. The last thing he cares, as you could evidence now, he cares about is you being entertained. It is probably number 10 on his list of concerns.
Hey, Arm, I like this where you stopped here. It says, I never lead a dull life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I noticed that.
Insert your own jokes there.
Consequence for Stern is his job. Even though he has just won WNBC the best afternoon ratings in its history, he is called in for an early meeting and fired. In a 1993 Dateline profile, Stern...
This is the best. So watch him in a civilian environment where he has to walk through this, the road to the spinning door like that. He never is out in public like this. This is made just for the special in '93, and it looks like a Sasquatch sighting. He's fucking 6'8", and he walks and look at this, just how awkward he is in every situation.
In a 1993 Dateline profile, Stern recalls the events of that day.
This is certainly weird to be back.
And he has bodyguards. You see Ronnie waiting outside. There's another bodyguard waiting for him outside.
Arm?
Yes.
I have a quick question. This would be like reconnaissance. Do you know where this is? Where he
it's at 30 Rock.
Okay. I'm assuming that you have the ability to get there, where it's at, right?
Sure.
Okay. If you notice the way that he walked in pretty straight.
Ducked the door.
He wasn't slouched over. He walked in pretty straight, and he was basically his height is at where the glass begins on the top.
Yep.
You could go there with a measuring tape and confirm once and for all his height.
I know. There's Chubby Pickle already, like 6'5", my hairy ass. That is a 6'8" guy who ducks that door like that. That is not 6'5". That is
back here because when I was fired, they made me just get out of the building, and they only let me take one cardboard.
Look at the security in front of him walking, so you can't add a frame. They don't want you to film him, and he accidentally gets in frame. And look at how much bigger he is.
Back here because when I was fired, they made me just get out of
He ain't doing anything by himself.
Look at how much taller he is than this guy.
The building, and they only let me take one cardboard box with me. So I remember walking through these halls feeling like a real jerk because I have all my possessions in this one little cardboard box.
You see those floors right there? 30, 35 to 50. Saturday Night Live is on 8. So he passed it. You have to go 2 rows back and you go up to that elevator, and Saturday Night Live is on 8H. So those elevators go up. That's 30 Rock.
So I remember I went out that door, and all of a sudden, I'm standing on the street with my cardboard boxes, and I have no ride home.
But Howard is not out of work for long. Almost immediately, he's offered another, better job. K-Rock is a struggling FM station whose owner, Mel Karmazin of Infinity Broadcasting, is willing to shell out.
So we're going into about 1986. Yet Magic Johnson and Howard were next to each other during the Magic Hour. Magic is, Tamara, you will verify, has been listed at 6'9", pretty much his whole career. And he and Howard were pretty much eye to eye when Drew Carey pointed that out from the audience. So Howard is at the very least 6'7", 6'8". That's as low as I'll go.
Big bucks for a proven franchise.
Howard was a very successful program on WNBC, generating a great deal of audience, great deal of revenue. Like both of those things, and as soon as the opportunity presented itself, we hired him.
Within weeks, Howard is back on the air in the same time.
Look at this scenario. So they got footage of him. So they got footage of him with the fucking poser combat boots coming into K-Rock, and I believe that's Grillo trailing him.
Like both of those things, and as soon as the opportunity presented itself, we hired him.
Is that Grillo, guys?
I thought that was
something
Ralph.
else?
I didn't know.
Could it be
Weeks, Howard is back on the air.
No,
Shorts? Who is that, guys? We got on in on.
Yeah.
I'm not firm on. Check out those mom jeans. $500,000 in 1986 is the equivalent to $1.5 million today. So this is coming in the Mel Karmazin.
In the same time slot and in the same market at a station where he is to spend the next 2 decades. The only difference, a hefty pay raise.
My favorite part of this documentary is those shots. Him having to walk to the elevator. Anything a normal person does. At the end of this, and I don't know if we'll get to, we probably will. They show him, the paparazzi find him coming out of the parking garage. So he, Ronnie, Jason Kaplan, and somebody else are coming out of where his limo parks, and they get him outside. I thought that was really, you'd never get to see that. And I think it's serious.
His hair looks amazing here.
Yeah, it does, right?
It's beautiful.
After he goes wigging dokey pig potato at 6'7", 6'8", whatever it takes, says Brendan. Sara says he looks like a new recruit in the Merchant Marines. I haven't heard a good Merchant Marines reference, Sara, in a long time. Look at this poser with the fucking rings.
In 1985, he's earning an estimated $500,000 a year, making him one of the top-paid DJs in America. Getting fired by WNBC turns out to be a terrific career move. At K-Rock, Howard continues his climb to the top of the New York ratings, and his on-air antics just get wilder.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody.
Stern's off-the-wall behavior leads to his show being syndicated in Philadelphia in 1986. But the airing in Philadelphia will be the beginning of what is to become a desperate battle. The FCC, in charge of policing the airwaves for obscenity, receives more complaints in 3 months in Philadelphia than it has in New York in 3 years.
It's a very slippery slope when one tries to say...
Somebody up here, who was, Housey Football says, Mel Karmazin looks like a central casting for a sleazy radio executive. That's exactly what he would look like, right? It's perfect.
Is this done in a patently offensive manner? Because clearly sex and excretory matters are being discussed.
You don't care, Mel. You just count the money.
That's
all
right.
the way to the bank, Mel. You don't care about any art. You don't care about any content. You don't care about, you just count your money.
On television.
That's all you know how to do.
The FCC decides to launch an investigation to monitor Stern. During an infamous Christmas party broadcast comes the final straw. A guest allegedly plays the piano on air with his penis.
Here he goes, Robin.
He's ready.
Uh-oh, with his private part.
Is he doing it?
Yeah. We're going to hell.
It is the end of the go-go 80s, and a conservative wind is blowing in Washington.
I don't know, Housey. I don't know how anybody could possibly think that. And the more I think about it, the more ridiculous we didn't just call it out over and over again back then with the hair. I have no idea how anyone could think that hair is the same.
Howard argues that much more offensive fare can be found on the news and in real life.
Priest raping young boys. That is really offensive. The government wasting millions of dollars on screwdrivers. And I mean, there are so many things that I find offensive. People murdering each other, that to me is offensive.
But the FCC doesn't agree. On November 29th, 1990, the FCC fines Infinity $6,000. It is to be the
keys fines Infinity, not Howard. He will have you to believe he's paying this out of his own pocket. Fines Infinity, fines K-Rock, fines CBS, not Howard. He doesn't pay any money. So never believe when he would paint himself out to be this First Amendment martyr that he always made it like he was paying that money. And us idiots believed it. But here's the old address, Madison
beginning
Avenue.
of a protracted legal battle that will cost Stern and Infinity millions, and a battle that will only intensify as Howard makes his foray into a new medium. By 1990, 36-year-old Howard Stern is being heard in 3 major markets and has 800,000 devoted fans. But that's not enough. Howard wants more. And there's one medium he has not yet conquered.
Please welcome Tendrils, Tamara and Tendrils both. Do you remember when he came to LA in 92? Is that the first year?
It was, I think it was 91 or 92. It was the early 90s. I had a best friend that I met in 89, and she would tell me about Howard Stern, and then finally he came, to LA. So that's when
Did you get the Channel 9 show at all? And syndicated
we might have had it, but I didn't know really to look for it.
I don't know how you would. It was in WOR in New York. I don't know how you would get it there. But I heard people say they did, and I don't understand how.
Yeah. You
and I watch TV a lot. Sorry, Centrals.
Oh, yeah.
I watch TV a lot because I was an immigrant, so that's how I was learning English and stuff. And
by the way, we're all Haitians on this show. We are all Haitian. The Haitian sensation.
Team Haiti.
I wish everybody was Canadian and Asian. Be a much better country.
Welcome now, America's most beloved radio personality, Howard Stern.
Television. From his earliest TV appearances, like this one in 1984, an ambitious Howard has been studying the medium.
This is the most.
Okay, Letterman's a tall guy. Letterman, I think Letterman's 6'4". PC23 says, I saw the Channel 9 show in Atlanta long before. God damn, so it's on Atlanta. How did they do that? If it's on, I thought it was totally a New York, tri-state area thing. It came out of Secaucus, New Jersey, and that's where the WOR studios were. That's crazy. It made it out down to Atlanta.
And there's one medium he has not yet conquered.
Please welcome now, America's most beloved radio personality, Howard Stern.
Television. From his earliest TV appearances, like this one in 1984.
Look at him tower over Letterman. I believe Letterman's considered like 6'3". Look at this.
Yes.
An ambitious Howard.
Look at the size difference.
Has been studying the medium.
That's
the most
crazy.
uptight show I've ever been on. Oh, I see. So this will probably be my last appearance.
And on July 14th, 1990, he finally gets his own show. WWOR, a cable TV superstation, launches the Howard Stern Show in national syndication. It is...
So, yeah, national syndication. So, I guess that fucking cheesy-ass channel was syndicated in other cities. It just seems hard to believe.
Not for everyone. The show includes skits featuring Stern in blackface and real homeless people in a parody called Homeless Howie Weird Squares. It gets good ratings, but it is not carried in enough markets to attract major advertisers. In 1992, WOR pulls the plug. But not before the whole world gets to see more of Stern than they probably expected at his 1992 MTV Music.
One of the things, we'll never find this out. I don't know how we would unless we could find somebody from deep in the production or whatever. I want to know, not just his radio salary. I want to know what Howard made off the Channel 9 show. I want to know what he made off the pay-per-view specials. I want to know what he made all together off Private Parts. I want to know what he made off the books. I want to know what he made off the CBS show. I want to know what he made off the E! Show per year. We never know that, and I really want to know what he made off Howard TV per year. And that's also a huge insult to the Arties of the world who, you're not subscribing to Howard TV without Artie on there. You're not even thinking about it. How many videos did Artie constitute, whether it's his fight with Teddy or Sal or the bro fight or God knows what they did, right? I mean, how much did Artie constitute subscribing to Howard TV and he didn't make a fucking cent? Isn't that crazy?
If those figures, if you could get the totality of those figures, the honest figures, it would show how much everybody else was ripped off.
Yeah. I mean, Jackie talks about it all the time.
Yeah.
He was always, as much as Jackie got goofed on, you got to respect him. You got to give him his due for pushing back on that shit. Well, one guy, his big quote was, if there's 25 marbles, Howard has to have 24 of them. And the rest of the staff gets the one marble.
And it just shows how much of a cheapskate he's been since not paying Jackie to now trying to pay Leslie $35,000 to shut her up.
That's him all over.
Trail of cheapskateness.
That's,
I know that's not a word.
No,
it is.
no.
It is now, presumably.
Yeah, I'm never going to get over 35,700 ever.
Rupert said, yes, so WOR is actually considered kind of a superstation the way TBS was. And there's a WGN out of Chicago, I guess, which is more similar to that, which we did not get in New York. I used to see Bulls games in my TV guide, and my particular cable area, it was not offered, but it was like in some other part of Long Island, and it used to piss me off. It's likely to show at some very small syndication deal, says Drink Savant. According to Wikipedia, it aired on KCOP in LA. Does that make sense to you guys? KCOP?
KCOP, that was one of the
syndicated channels.
One of the independent. It wasn't not a main station. It was like, well, I don't know how your channels are over there, but ours were like channel 2, channel 4, channel 7, and then the sort of the alternate stations were like channel 5, 9.
Yep.
11.
I think that was channel 13. I want to say that's channel 13.
I think so too. Let me look it up.
That wasn't a main channel. Yeah.
Yeah, the Channel 9 show definitely sucked in some people, Tata Tuesday.
Yeah,
You're not alone.
Channel 13.
I knew his Channel 9 show, even living in New York. It's the first time I'd seen him in long form. I never really listened to the radio show until the early 90s. Occasionally he'd be on. It just sounded like a Wicked Witch when I was a little kid. It was like, just very off-putting. And it wasn't until the Channel 9 show, which I became kind of a fan. And Channel 9 at 3 a.m. on a Thursday, I just happened to be an insomniac in high school. What? PC23 is telling us that they aired this fucking show at 3 a.m. on a Thursday night / Friday morning?
Yeah,
in Atlanta.
That sounds
crazy.
right, actually.
That's crazy. By 1992, Entertainment Weekly reported that it was carried by 60% of the country, says Drink Savant. Rupert Pumpkin says, I watched OR on my Miami cable system. They were only 30 channels, so I did not have E until I moved to a different. So Rupert Pumpkin is from Johnny Depp's hometown of Miramar, Florida. I might add. I'm going to go with that, and I don't care if he refutes it. You're from Miramar, Florida, Rupert. I want to know everything about Miramar, Florida. Even the non-confrontation stuff. Artie played basketball. I know. Artie playing basketball. The softball Yes, Ed Rush. Yes. The Bravo Queer Eye makeover. It was all about Artie selling fucking on demand.
Hey, Arm?
Yes.
One of the greatest skits for me personally, I loved the Robin versus
Dominic Barber.
Dominic in the basketball
Yep.
game.
I have that, obviously. You know, we could watch that at some point if you want.
That is
That'd
so
be a
great.
Let's do it for the Knicks show. Let's start right. Let's. It's a basketball
It's
show.
relevant.
Let's do
There you
Robin
go.
against Dominic Barber in that Knicks Howard Poser show next week.
Awards.
And Howard against Nils Lofgren. Artie against the Broad.
I am Bartman.
So Pink Sheep says, as Luke Perry, that Sarah's going crazy here. Rest in peace, Luke Perry. Howard used the influx of in-demand cash to directly fund his own on-site camera crew, editors, and producers, and he reaps all the benefits. Real quick on Luke Perry, we just did a 90210 Justice for Scott Scanlon, and I realized there's an actor named Neil McDonough. He's a character actor. He looks kind of like Whitey Bulger. He played the voice of Bruce Banner in the Hulk animated series in the mid to late 90s, which is on WOR in New York, when I remember. Syndicated. Luke Perry played Rick Jones, who's like the Marvel sidekick to Captain America, Captain Marvel, the Hulk. Anyway, they both did voices on that show. Neil McDonough went broke, and Luke Perry let him and his family live at his house in LA for free when he was going to be homeless. And that's a story he told. He said, I got this house, no one's using it. That's the kind of guy Luke Perry is. That's all I hear about that guy, and only the good die young, as a matter of fact.
You know, most rich people don't deserve the money.
Nope, he does. You're right. You're right, Tendrils.
That's amazing.
Amen.
I had me 50 feet in the air coming down. I was scared. I was going to fly in as Fart Man, this great character, and show my butt cheeks, because I knew my butt cheeks were funny.
Critics disagree, but who cares about critics when you have ratings like Howard's? His television...
You talk about a shrewd negotiator. How about Rooster Sideburns? He goes, I'd have taken $35,750. That is some shrewd-ass negotiations.
Generous.
Yes. Howard took one of the home remaining the net profits as pure income and in addition to his Sirius contract. It's and Pink Sheep, the bonus. He had a $235 million bonus in the first year and $83 million in the second year, from making all of which Artie saw nothing from, and Artie's the reason people subscribe to Sirius.
Yeah, I agree with that too. And remember the lawsuit of the subscribers where he tried to make the argument that he should get subscribers that weren't even allotted to him?
The Sirius XM merger, he was taking credit for the Prince channel. You know, you subscribe to Sirius for the Prince channel. He's taking credit for that.
And maybe
thank God he lost that.
Yeah, maybe that's the basis of why he thinks this $35,000 is like a legit number or fair, because he's deluded.
Laura Lackner probably got $5 million for not having to ask for it. National Lampoon. I know the Fart Man character you just saw is a National Lampoon character, and they should have fucking sued his ass. Like right down to everything, the dialogue, the costume. That is not that is a National Lampoon property. Tata Tooth, he's absolutely right. He stole it from their magazine. Howard Stern personally pocketed an estimated $4 to $6 million from his record-breaking December 31st, 1993 pay-per-view event. $6 million in 1993, Tendrils, on that pay-per-view event. He got all of it. Nobody got shit but him. Even Jackie, who's writing everything.
In 97 in LA, my rent was $400. So
yeah,
that's a lot of money.
You could probably, what would you say, 5 times that to today? 30, want to go with 30 million? Is what the equivalent of that back then in 93?
Yeah, it's
Watch Channel 9 in Pittsburgh in the early 90s.
Appearances swell his radio audience by an astonishing 700%. In 2 years, his radio show goes from being broadcast in 3 major markets to 9. The lonely boy who once produced imaginary radio programs in his basement.
Yeah, Joseph Zayak says Luke Perry's son is insufferable. Sarah had to alert me that he was a wrestler. He's a real professional wrestler. Tendrils. Luke Perry's son. What's his first name again? Shit, forget. His name's Jungle Boy or something. And yeah, he's a actual wrestler, and he is insufferable, according to Joseph Zayak. Sarah has his action figure. The Smoking Gun has all the details of his final CBS contract, including syndication cast. Thank you, Rupert Pumpkin. Thank you, Rupert. Quitter now says, ARM, Felice Martin will appear in season 2. I think when she's having an affair at the hotel. Color Me Bad. Oh, yeah. Brian Austin Green and Color Me Bad. Thank you, Quitter. We got cable in the mid-'80s. It had TB. Go ahead.
Oh. Ooh.
We got cable in the mid-'80s and TBS so I could watch the Jim Crockett. Oh, God, did I love that wrestling, too, Howsy. Dusty Rhodes, Ric Flair, and those guys. I'm pretty sure Channel 9 was in there, too. Howard is a narcissist who never thought outside of himself. Who, my Lex Luger over here? Jackie was not even paid for jokes for the pay-per-view show, says Rupert. Pink Sheep says $6 million in 93 is supposedly the equivalent, the purchasing power of approximately $14 million as of today. I would have thought more. 14 million. Doesn't Fartman seem like a public property character? It's something any kid could imagine. You'd think, Rooster. And Howard's level of comedy left to himself never improved. But that is, in fact, a National Lampoon property. Allison will say, Allison never got, I'm sorry, Stern will say Allison got all the pay-per-view money. PC-23. Jungle Boy. He's a heel. He's supposed to be insufferable. Jack Perry. Thank you. Jungle Jack Perry is Luke Perry's son. And Luke Perry was a huge wrestling fan. And I guess his son got into wrestling when he was growing up. And Beverly Hills, Curse of Luke Perry. I know Shannon Doherty's dead too. That's very sad as well. I know a lot of people have passed on that show. And Gabrielle Carteris, who's the oldest, is menopausal during the actual show, is still very much with us.
Almost, but not quite.
Sarah doesn't like Jack Perry because he got into a shoot fight with her boyfriend, CM Punk. That's right, Housie. Good call.
Is now being heard by a dizzying 7 million people every week. Coming up, the rude mouth of radio sets out to become the king of all media.
Well, I was invited, that's why I came.
By 1992, Howard Stern's first TV show has been canceled.
Howard Stern.
But his television appearances have swelled his radio audience by an astonishing 700%.
Howard Stern.
This just in, Sarah dumped CM Punk for Obi. Is that who your new guy is? If I'm to just take an educated guess, this guy? Be great in Black Panther. God damn.
In 2 years, his radio show goes from being broadcast in 3 major markets to 9. These numbers are irresistible to a small up-and-coming cable network called the Entertainment Channel. In 1992, E! launches the Howard Stern Interview, which will eventually turn into the Howard...
Look at this TV guide, Tendrils. Sports Center, bicycling, Darrell Waltrip's racing, Singled Out. Remember that show? Politically Incorrect, Bill Maher on, not on ABC, on Comedy Central before that.
Wow.
Holy shit.
Howard Stern radio show, still on to this day.
Howard is interesting as an interviewer because he gets it in his head what he wants.
Oh, absolutely, Rooster. Charmed life beyond all this luck, as well at the same time, and all the things fall into place, and deals signed at just the right time. We always say here, if you went to any radio entertainment entity with his current show and with no name behind it, and you said it as a sample, you would be laughed out of the building. In 30 seconds, they would fucking show you the door. It would never get signed. Could you imagine that show now and trying to sell that to some radio entity without his name on it. Jungle Jack can throw him through a real glass. I love the wrestling visuals, says Tam Fran. AI getting Sarah's sloppy seconds.
To talk to you about,
No, it's
and
noin,
that's
noin,
where he's
noin.
going, and there are no holds barred.
And by some strange alchemy or magnetism, he seems
Paglia.
to hypnotize his guests, so they come out with the most outrageous admissions that they about their sexual history or some family secret.
Howard is very persistent.
Yeah, they have Carmen Electra for this. Isn't that crazy? Now, this is the opening that Tendrils is looking for to talk about Prince.
Don't get me started.
For a split second there, I'm like, why is Tendrils getting excited about? Of course, it's a Prince opening.
She's an actress.
You know, if you try to avoid a
Not
question,
model,
he'll
not
go
dancer,
right back to
actress.
it. You know, he'll just like dig until he gets you to talk about whatever it is he wants to find out about you.
Stern becomes the top-rated program on E, but his good ratings only intensify his ongoing feud with the FCC.
God, if you are telling me that a duty joke is going to send the United States government into a tizzy, you would laugh. It has. It has sent them into a tizzy. They're absolutely insane over me because of a duty joke.
In fact, the words the government finds offensive concern a lewd reference to Aunt Jemima and a derogatory mention of Pee Wee Herman. And even Howard Stern is no longer laughing when he learns how much they will cost his employer, Infinity Broadcasting. The FCC levies fines that eventually amount to $1.7 million. But Infinity is not supporting Howard just because they believe in freedom of speech.
We charge more money for advertising in Howard's show than has ever in the history of radio been charged for a morning radio program.
Without admitting wrongdoing, Infinity pays the $1.7 million, and the FCC drops its investigation. Despite the fines, or perhaps because of it.
Once again, they paid it. Infinity paid it, not Howard, $1.7 million. So I thought Karmazin was going to release the advertising numbers there, but of course, he didn't.
The Howard Stern juggernaut is only gathering steam. In October
What they do today is fascinating. What the audacity they would have to charge, and that's why they won't, Tendrils, that's why they won't admit what their ratings are. Or listeners, or subscribers, or whatever. They have a lid, and that's what you, all through that Leslie Kuhn transcript, they want a lid on that. And somehow we were to think that subscribers are getting away with, advertisers are, they're getting away with not releasing to advertisers what their real numbers are today.
1993, Stern takes on yet another medium. He publishes his autobiography, Private Parts. It sells 750,000 copies in the first week.
New York City police were needed to control fans.
Welcome, Autobot. Good to see you in there. Autobot, did you see there's an X-Men 97 Season 2 release date? I think it's July 8th or something. So we're finally getting that second season of X-Men 90s. It looks fantastic, but goddamn did we wait. We're going to be dead someday by the time this comes out. It's amazing how long they take to make 10 episodes now of these shows that are on streaming. Shankamp goes, my bad. I thought I was saying he was Canadian way. No, you said Tamara, Shankamp. Tamara is the best combination of Canadian and Haitian. Haitian-Canadian.
Fans at a bookstore where Stern was signing copies of his controversial book, Private Parts.
10,000 fans turn up for an autograph signing in New York. No book in history has ever sold this fast. For Howard, it's a vindication. And as the television cameras pan the long lines at the bookstores, it becomes clear for the first time that Stern's audience goes beyond the young white.
Now, Tendrils, if we're never going to find out what he made off these fucking books. From Private Parts to Miss America, I mean, that is a load. We're never going to find that. It never comes up. What did he make off Miss America and Private Parts?
Male demographic he's been identified with. Some fans are afraid Howard will go mainstream in his New Year's Eve.
And these pay-per-view pageants, right? What did he make off this New Year's? This is the Shoshana Weinstein one.
Pay-per-view special, he allays their fears. The show.
That's okay, Tendrils. That's okay, Shankamp. You can call me Canadian. I'll take it. If you want, I will gladly be Canadian.
It makes $16 million in one night. More.
Okay. So it's saying that the pay-per-view pulled in
his New Year's Eve pay-per-view special, he allays their fears. The show makes $16 million in one night.
So by the way, did the pay-per-view special last longer than just the night of New Year's? He said it made $16 million in one night, New Year's Eve.
Hey, Arm?
Yes.
Can you check and make sure Tam Fran is in the...
Does she have to be let back into the...
I think so.
Oh, she checked that. Tam Fran, you with us?
Yes, I thought you forgot about me.
No. I thought you were... I didn't know you checked. I didn't know you removed yourself. I thought you would just put on mute. You know, that's such a white people move, right? To just forget about...
No, it was raining here, and it knocked all of my electricity off. So
no, you are the Rosa Parks of StreamYard. There's no doubt about
it. More than any pay-per-view ever, Stern is becoming a one-man industry.
So you heard that, guys, right? $16 million for the New Year's Eve special. 16,
but after that
special,
didn't they sell like VHS tapes afterwards?
Tapes, right?
Yes,
tapes
of the special.
And did it continue to run after that one night? Does it stay on the service? I don't know. But I assume he got 70% of that. However, they did not for his people. I'm talking about the whatever he had to incur cost and shit. But that's insane.
Right. But Howard shows are becoming more and more, frankly, sexual.
He had a girl who said for breast implants, she would sleep with an animal. And Howard wanted to know if I would allow Spike, my dog, to sleep.
Yeah, and what does Judith Regan get at the same time? You're right, Ratso Sloman and Judith Regan. His exact backyard royalty income from sales was never publicly disclosed, his Pink Sheep. Estimates place his personal earnings from the book at $2 to $3 million. I'd probably go higher than that, but we'll never know. We have no idea. That's their estimates. I'm going to go much higher than that. It did really well.
Yeah, Judith Regan, she got a high-end pencil deal.
You remember that clip? Nice, then. Good callback. He made $4 to $6 million on the pay-per-view special, which is crazy. And that's one fucking night. And he didn't nickel and dime his audience. Yeah. Build Like Miss America was full of non sequiturs. It really was. Good point, Tendrils. I have the VHS tape still of that pay-per-view. I have it on somewhere too. I got it on a hard drive. Lucy Liu in a blonde wig. Gee, she really let herself go. Joan Rivers.
Everyone was shocked. But I thought, what a treat for Spike.
In the early days of K-Rock, there was much talk, but little action. Now, there are naked women running around the studio almost daily.
Why don't you pull off your panties
so
that I can see if you match?
One listener who is having a growing problem with all this is Howard's wife, Allison. To the world, she puts on a bold front, but privately...
All right, guys, take a look at the security here. What do we got? Allison's coming out of a limo for this event. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 security at that point. Look at that shit.
Is that Howard's mom?
Ray.
That's Allison in the middle. Is that Ray Stern behind her? Okay.
She's becoming concerned.
And then Ellen. There's a sister Ellen behind her.
Yes.
You never get an Ellen sighting. Holy shit.
My wife does drive in a car with her friends and has to turn off the radio, and she gets a hold of me at home, and she does yell at me.
Each day, the show seems to get steamier.
That's that guy Jack Gordon and LaToya Jackson. I met them at a club right around.
You're not wearing panties, are you?
No. But for all the on-air flirtation, Howard remains faithful and fiercely loyal to his wife.
This is a friend who has stood by me. My wife has been incredible to me. She traveled the country with me. Certainly you saw me at 20, and as goofy as I look.
You were out of New York for a year and a half. You didn't travel the country. You went to Detroit and back. You were in Hartford for a little while. You didn't travel the country. You're not fucking Venus flytrap from WKRP.
But ARM?
It's unbelievable he still goes with that.
ARM?
Yes.
Could that be his perspective as a veal?
Yeah. A pear, according to a pear veal.
Now it was a lot worse then.
He was very proud of the fact that the marriage had lasted, that they had come from nowhere and built together, and he didn't forget that when he was that jerko geeko on campus, she liked him.
Howard's image of I am a guy that loves to talk about women's breasts, but I am also married.
Meg Griffin. Here we have the elusive Ellen, which rarely comes out of her habitat. Davyd and I, we do ARMfeld on Patreon, and we've realized that Jerry Seinfeld has a sister who, when you watch Seinfeld from end to end, never comes up. It's insane.
Wow.
He has a sister. It's just like fucking Howard. Howard and Seinfeld have so many similarities. Yeah. She never is even remotely referenced, because we did an episode of when Elaine and Jerry, if somehow Jerry takes his ex-girlfriend to his parents, dumbest premise on the fucking, it's so stupid when I watch it.
Yeah.
It's such a, who would take their ex-girlfriend to their parents' house in Florida?
Friends.
It's so
They're
stupid.
They're best friends.
And we're going, where is, Jerry has a sister. They don't bring it up. And yet we found this out just reading through something else. And we're watching some little mini bio. And it's just like Howard. It's like she doesn't exist. Howard is a sister, Ellen. And it's insane how most, I would say 80% of Stern fans have no idea he has a sister. And Seinfeld's even worse. And on that time, on the Seinfeld show, they don't even bother to cast a sister of his. Isn't that crazy?
Hey, ARM.
Yes.
Didn't the brother go upstairs to the bedroom on Happy Days and never come back?
Yeah, that's like fucking Chuck on Happy Days. It is. It's the Chuck equivalent. Yeah. Chuck Cunningham.
Family Matters. The sister left to go upstairs too and never came back down either.
Thank you, Tamara, for introducing a black show to counteract the white people shit with Happy Days. I knew you could do that. Thank you. Oh, my Howard Hessman
Kids
over
at home,
here.
and therefore I can't, was definitely a big attraction.
He acted as a kind there who were committed to their families but still had a longing for sexual freedom.
But listeners are also treated to how Howard feels.
Look at that mongoloid goblin
with his hair pulled back. Oh my God!
Look at him.
Hardly see
about
that.
the most intimate details of Allison's life, details that often shock her friends.
A guy who looks that good,
I
wouldn't have to work on you for hours to get you a.
Look at Ralph fastidiously polishing that fucking turd. It's so gay. Look at that. Who has that? It's so stupid. He looks so hideous as well. Wombat poop cubes, says Shan. Wombat poop cubes. Last time I heard him say he was crying about some edits as stingers.
They're talking about Bon Jovial.
Oh, Bon Jovial.
Yeah,
he'll be back. He'll definitely be back. Time zones differentiate makes, that was the big thing. I don't think people realize how tough that is for him to get up at fucking sometimes 6 a.m. to do it. I don't know if I would do that. Arm didn't stop all. Yes.
I need to make it my mission in life to learn how to play the guitar so I can talk music with Bon.
You should. You should take it up right now and do nothing but study Prince's licks. One thing you taught me from that, and Tam Fran also is in on that. She's a very knowledgeable Prince fan, but I had no idea how respected a guitarist he is, to the point where there are the best of the best guitarists who have no idea how to keep up with him. That was really crazy. I remember watching him on stage with Tom Petty, and they just all sat there and like bowed to him. I knew he was a good guitarist, but I didn't realize that he is considered the best by people in the industry.
And the thing about Prince, he's self-taught on
that's the best.
His instruments.
I love that. Yeah,
that's crazy.
Well, I'm self-taught on the skin flute.
Roused.
I mean, he spoke on the air about
her technique with her vibrator.
Lisa DiPaolo, journalist. I don't know who she is.
I love it.
You know, he spoke on the air all the time about, you know, my wife won't do this in bed. My wife won't do that in bed. She said that one of the ways she started to cope with this on-air person.
Ed Rush taught himself.
Wow.
And David Robinson how to play the guitar in the Navy and the piano.
Personality that lived with her was to just decide there are three people in this marriage. Me, this wonderful man I married, and this crazy nut who goes on the radio and says all these embarrassing things every morning.
You know, the guy that comes home, I love. So I have.
She hates the guy. Look at the deli platter, guys. White people and Jews and deli platters, right, Tamara? Look at it. The remnants of the deli platter.
She will not be the last person to make the observation.
Look at that poser and those fucking rings. It's ridiculous. Never done a day's work in his life. Look at those manicured hands with not a callus on them. Look at that.
That there are two Howard Sterns. The shy private Stern, who keeps to himself even at home, still entrances his friends.
My every movement is important.
But he is on the radio. Of course that's Howard, and that's part of Howard, but he's not the Howard that...
Yes, Allison is also Jewish, Jan Camp. We also theorize that her parents were paying for them in the early days. She's also from Massachusetts, which she so sounds like a Long Island Yenta. She almost has combined the two accents, but she's from Massachusetts. But nobody sounds like they have more of a Long Island accent than Allison does.
Arm, I have a question.
Meets me before the show or after the show and gives me a hug and we talk quietly.
Arm?
Yes.
I have a quick question. Are mass holes only male, or can women?
No, they
be
can be
mass
female
holes
too. There's no reason they can't be female too. They could definitely be female. Howard's already losing his hair here, says Stingers. His receding hairline already.
About very different subjects.
At 39, Stern is the...
Boy, that shot looks like the shot that we hear about of Howard leaving Allison and the kids outside while he hides in a limo. Almost. I have the audio for that. I don't have it here. We'll do it some other time. But, you know, you've heard that scenario, right? They went to Randall's Island.
Yeah.
And I guess it was either fans or paparazzi. Yeah, that looks like the footage of that almost.
And
Fiercely
didn't they
protective
also
father
leave the
of...
baby exposed?
Yes. Yep. Well, he hid in the car with the door locked.
Of two girls, Emily and Deborah, with a third, Ashley, on the way. But the demands of his schedule are taking their toll.
Allison likes to keep me locked up in the house.
Let's look at that shot again. That is an odd. It really looks like they're left out, like that thing I'm describing from Randall's Island when they hid in the. I'm not saying it is that, but that looks like them. What a weird shot.
Yeah, it is weird because they're all looking down. Why?
Yeah.
Like they're in mourning or something.
And where did they get it from? Stingers is a new member, everyone. Welcome Stingers into the fold. Welcome to the Lotus Notes Deafening family.
Welcome, Stingers.
I got a stinger, pal. Mass Holette. PC23. I love it.
But the demands of his schedule are taking their toll.
Allison likes to keep me locked up in the house, so I've got to talk about Allison.
That's true. I think you like to keep me locked up in the house.
Her biggest problem was that he didn't take her out enough. I wish we would just go to the movies. That's how she would talk. And it was funny because I thought, wow, like what a simple, common problem.
Howard really loves his...
No, it's interesting what she just said there. It's the first thing I thought when all the things he does with Beth is the things Allison wanted just a fraction of in a way. And all of a sudden Beth is there. Now he's going to the Hamptons and now he's going to movie premieres. Like none of that for Allison. None. She must have been like going, oh, now you're going to movie premieres. Now you're going to the Hamptons. I get none of it.
He doesn't do any of that now. He just wants to play
now.
guitar.
Right. Yep.
Just play guitar and play with the cats.
Arm?
Excuse me.
Yes.
Arm, I have a question. So we know that Howard and Ralph were like hanging out in the basement, you know, when he was married to Allison. Did Howard's hanging out with Ralph, did it change after he met Beth? I don't know like how you would track that, but
probably a little bit.
Because you could see like Ralph coming between their marriage almost.
Yeah, definitely. He was trying to impress Beth in the beginning. So with that, Ralph would be kept on a leash, before. With Allison, he was so jaded that it didn't matter, and Ralph was a distraction from her. But with Beth in the beginning, he was probably trying to impress her. So he wasn't going to vanish with him as much. It would he'd be relegated to come over on Monday nights for underwear parties and to shop for him.
Family.
And to shave his fucking chest. I wonder if he still shaved his chest in front of Beth. Right? Who did that?
Well, Beth would have to do it for him,
didn't just
no?
stop. What?
I said Beth would have to do it for him, no?
No, when Ralph was still alive. I'm wondering if Ralph did that in front of Beth.
Oh,
it didn't just stop. There's no way it just stopped.
A lot. He also really loves his work a lot. It becomes a bit of an addiction.
Shan Camp.
And it can take you away from your family, even if you're in the same house with them.
Howard prefers to remain in his secluded $1.83 million Westbury, Long Island home. He spends most of it...
Yeah, there's all sorts of arguments that Howard has with Ralph about Beth taking him away. They're almost fighting over his attention kind of thing. There's a bunch of those in the early serious years. Even late K-Rock years.
Time in the basement, as he tells his listeners, working or watching adult videos on the VCR.
People have said to me, "Oh my God, you must feel like you arrived. Like, how do you feel inside?" And I tell you, I feel like a moron. My father called me a moron my whole life, and I guess it stuck with me. I feel very much like nothing's changed.
Certainly nothing has changed his flair for controversy. In 1995, after the beloved Latin pop singer Selena...
I know, and then Ralph gets credit for that fake introduction they had, which that story's changed a zillion times. We all know they met before. I'm going back to 97, whether it's Escort-wise or the Letterman show, as per fucking, what's his name from Blues Traveler? God damn, what is his name again? Oh, God, I'm blanking on his name. I'm at that point in the show where I'm blanking on obvious names. So it goes back to, 97, 98. Yeah, and then a lot of that Ralph and Cabby are credited for introducing the skeleton. John Popper, thank you, Pink Sheet, and Autobot, and Ed Rush. I was waiting for the
Stern makes fun of her music on air to the accompaniment of mock gunfire.
Oh my God. Tex-Mex Madonna. Spanish people have the worst taste of music. They really do. Alegría, you know what that means? Slowly.
It is a rare misstep for the man who always seems to know the outer limits of acceptability. The Latin community is outraged and forces Stern to apologize.
Aún más. It's interesting, and I'm sure this is a motivating factor a little bit. The movie Selena came out right when Private Parts did. It didn't go against it per se, but it was in the same kind of couple of month time when it was running. It's that 97 year with Donnie Brasco.
Angustia. But his popularity just continues to grow. By 1996, he's carried by 34 stations and is earning an estimated $17 million a year. Immeasurably successful in radio, TV.
Look at security.
The self-proclaimed king of all media.
Hold on a second. I'm sorry. I lost my place.
Earning $42 million.
This is great. So, okay. Thank you. So they have his salary that he doesn't want you to know, and I've estimated it accurately. Look at this. This is pre-serious.
Carried by 34 stations and is earning an estimated $17 million a year. Wow. Immeasurably successful in radio, TV, and print. There's only one challenge left.
Look at him towering over his fucking security. Oh, it's so weird. Oh, it's such a bizarre sight. Doesn't the guy on the right look like Dennis Miller on the bottom right?
Yeah.
Whoever that is.
Blue.
Yeah.
Aún más.
Possible. A film version of Private Parts with him a year.
Aún más.
A man, one challenge left. Movies. A man who always.
Aún más. Angustia.
But his popularity just continues to grow. By 1996, he's carried by 34 stations and is earning an estimated $17 million a year. Immeasurably successful in radio, TV, and print. There's only one challenge left. Movies. He decides to attempt the near impossible, a film version of Private Parts with himself.
So they have him at what I just heard. Did they just say $17 million a year in 1997?
Yes.
Is that what that's where to believe in their estimates?
In the lead,
150, take one, aim more!
Stern tackles this new challenge with a characteristic lack of humility.
Well, if I don't win the Academy Award, I'm going to be shocked.
But behind the scenes, Howard works long hours to learn his new craft and heavily promotes the film on his radio show. The film catapults Stern to a whole new level. Earning $42 million, Private Parts gives Stern access to an even larger audience and brings him new legit.
That's not a good number for the movie. That's all it made. With all the promotion he got and on his own show, and that is not a good number. That is not impressive. It is not at all.
As a performer, Howard Stern proclaims himself the king of all media, and he may just be right. 2 years later, Stern publishes another bestseller and gains more markets, more viewers. By 1998, he is being heard by 9 million weekly listeners on radio alone. Howard is on top of the world, but his dance between the world.
So they have their numbers. I believe that, because of CNBC and their relation to finance, everybody's like financials. They have him at 9 million listeners at his peak. This is the peak listenership for him, I think, in like the late 90s. And they have him at 9 million. He would have you believe it's 3 times that.
Of sleaze and the world of Family Man is about to cost him the person he loves most. Coming up.
I said, Howard, when you talk about other women's body parts and what you'd like to do, that's cheating on your wife.
Howard Stern's professional life is moving from strength to strength. He is an unsurpassed master of walking the thin line between gaudiness and decency.
Stern represents the vitality of the sexual impulse of pure, raw, male, high testosterone desire.
And if he sometimes seems perilously close to committing actual infidelity on the air, he always remembers to stop.
I think that a lot of it was an act, I mean, yeah.
There she is, Tendrils. Tamfran, did you see this? This is Tendrils opening to talk about Prince, because here's their relationship was kind of crazy because she walked out on him at 19 to go to LA, so they were living. She was 17 when they were living together, and I think she's 15 years younger than him.
Yeah, she might have been 17 or 18. But just to interject one little fun fact, because now you got my brain going. In '94, he released The Gold Experience, and that was his first album as the symbol. And we talked about it in the Prince show, but the song "I Hate You" was about her. But at the same time, he's like courting or in a relationship with Maite or whatever. Yeah. So it's always like in my brain, it's kind of a weird thing where she was like so super involved. She was part of that album. I mean, she was in the lineup of the band.
Way more than I thought.
But then to have this song that she has to like dance to and be, all this choreography, and then to know it's about her, like, I don't know. I just
what a weird life. What is Carmen Electra? Like, again, she's not really an actress. She's sort of a dancer, model, personality. Like, I just want to be famous, whatever it takes, whatever you can plug me into. I just want that. But just what a bizarre, the Dennis Rodman thing. It's like, how do you explain her in a way? There's really nothing like that today. $85 million. Yeah, he's making up that. He tried to do, well, with video sales, he was trying to embellish the box office numbers with these fake stats. Crazy Joe Davola is Fred Norris, quitter. We've decided. It seems like Paramount spent an additional $11 million heavily promoting the film, in addition to the $28 million that its budget was, which included an expensive Super Bowl ad. And this brought the studio's total investment to $39 million, says Pink Sheep, and it only brought in 42. The box office film gross, $41.2 million domestically. It had no international box office whatsoever because Howard's show is uniquely American. Thank you, Pink Sheep. Yes.
This will be the last Prince thing, but I thought it was great when they found that clip from the Scary Movie. That's not my boyfriend. I mean, I fucked him one time, but that's it.
yeah. That's right. That's like the line of the movie. In fact, the movie. I know Howard's 5. We never found out what his real salary was for private parts. We're guessing. For $4 or $5 million is a pretty damn good guess. I remember he said he made her be in full makeup all the time, even when she's just waking up. Jan Camp says, "Is that true?" Carmen picks some of the real winners too. Dennis Rodman, Dave Navarro, says Autobot. Of the $41 million, Paramount Pictures received $20.6 million back from theater operations. When you subtract the $39 million investment from a $20.6 million theater cut, Paramount suffered a theatrical deficit of roughly $18.4 million. Carmen Electra was a good guess, Brendan. I agree with that.
Very flirtatious, but from the way I take it, he really, really loves his wife.
We're going to end
this
soon.
is his job.
I only do that for my radio audience, to have these massages.
Look at that plunging neckline on that matinee idol. What a stud. Jesus.
And put myself into different sexual situations because guys live vicariously through me.
His long-suffering wife, Allison, is his anchor, and his fidelity helps listeners to feel that Howard is, despite his fame, still down to earth.
Howard once told a friend of his that if he ever lost Allison, he would lose a part of himself, and he would become like every other sanctimonious celebrity jerk out.
Hey, Shamcamp, you got to go back. We did, what was it, 4 print shows, Tendrils?
We did 3. It was
No, I think it's 4. I think it's
38.
I think it's 4.
No, we did 3. 37, 38, and 39. I wanted to do a 4th one because it was
There's
so
another
much.
one. I'm telling you, there's another one. There's another one. I think it's 4. So you got to go back and listen to those, Shancamp, and then comment on them all. She did some kind of tell-all about Prince, while Sinead O'Connor did one too. He locked her in the compound and terrorized her. So, man, was there ever a director's cut? No, quitter.
I don't see that.
No extras at all, because Reicher Entertainment
No, there wasn't.
folded. And we purported that he was he couldn't figure out how to make money off of it. Him and Buchwald like highballed the company, and it's the only film of that time that has no director's cut. There's no deleted scenes. There's no director's commentary, and that's all on the prickly fucking bullshit, Buchwald bullshit. Believe me, every other movie that came out has all that stuff. It's only them that don't.
There.
But on October 25th, 1999, Howard announces his separation from Allison.
We're just having a tough time being married right now.
Well, wait a minute. You're not divorced.
We're just trying to take a break and get some downtime.
Get some perspective.
Yeah, because things haven't been good for a while.
Howard and his wife Allison, they were together for 21 years, which by Hollywood standards, as we all know, is really a lifetime.
Howard's fiercely loyal inner circle is closed-mouthed about.
You guys heard those separation shows, right? When he was pretending they just got separated, when they had definitely been separated at least a year and change before that, probably 2. He sounded so unbroken up about it. There was it was just, you never felt, oh, this is a broken man. None of that came through. He was giddy and you could feel it. If you just have to just really, really listen with that, that dog whistle kind of, he loved forcing that divorce, every bit of it.
About the breakup, but some media watchers suspect it is Allison who asked for the split.
He is career driven. He is with blinders on.
With that
and how
humble
wonderful
brag.
to have a husband that is going that way and not going other ways.
Howard tries to continue on business
I love the shots of the limb. I love this. This is what we're not supposed to
as
see.
usual,
He's getting
but his
out.
world starts to crumble.
He comes to the studio early in the morning.
Ronnie has to give this weird bag. What is that? To a handler. What is he doing?
Is that
What
his
is
gun?
that bag?
Is that his
With
gun?
blinders on.
Let's see.
And how wonderful to have a husband that is going that way and not going other ways.
Howard tries to continue on business as usual, but his world starts to crumble.
He comes to the studio early and when it's dark out, he's got his driver. So that's a terrible.
It's almost like he's going to a birthday party, and it's one of those just bags that you'd get like at a high-end store where they
way to live too. He's got tremendous.
He's too feeble to carry it, so he has to give it to someone. I love Pat Cooper. I love that they got Pat Cooper, who's on the outs from the show. angry and
But
commenting
his
on
world starts to crumble.
He comes to the studio early and when it's dark out, he's got his driver. So that's a terrible way to live, too. He's got tremendous guilt that he's no longer with his wife. He's got to have tremendous guilt that his 3 children are seeing, that he's got to go over a friend's house, use their house so he can spend time with his 3 children.
I know that he was very upset and sad about.
That's an interesting commentary. Pat Cooper goes, he has to go to his friend's house so he can spend time with his 3 children. Is that part of like the divorce agreement that Allison doesn't trust him in his own place with them and Beth? So they have to be at a neutral location initially? That's a weird comment by Pat Cooper.
Separation.
But it is not just Stern's personal world that is collapsing. In the 5 months after the split, Howard's ratings take a nosedive. He loses 750,000 of his weekly listeners, according to Arbitron surveys. Some don't think it's a coincidence.
He doesn't want you to know that. Uh-oh, the Arbitron ratings. We're not supposed to know that or see that.
He left Allison, and Allison is a huge part of his persona. The fact that he's this married, schlubby, put-upon, suburbanite guy was part of what allowed him to go out.
Thank you, Pink Sheet. The supervised visitation. Amy Lynn is very overrated, Sarah. I couldn't agree more. Big time. She's the woman that a closeted homosexual pretending to be heterosexual would think a hetero's idea of a hot chick was.
Hey, Arm.
Yes.
I want to just kind of share something from a perspective of family law. Supervised visitation usually involves, close to or on the way of criminal activity. For someone to have to be supervised in their visitation, like there's been domestic violence, there's been all kinds of shit like that. So it's kind of weird.
How about Dr. Bob's medical fraud? His daughter is there. I think he just doesn't trust anything about him and his friends. Howard, keeps company with some of the worst people on the face of the earth. She doesn't trust all the miscreants that he hangs around.
Yeah, maybe that's
Ralph's a drug dealer. Ralph's a drug dealer.
Oh yeah, Deborah.
Right, Deborah. That would trigger that immediately. Yeah. Deborah O'Dean.
There and be this leering, sexual, predatory thing and have people laugh at it. But when he's actually out there playing the field, all of a sudden it's not quite as funny.
Howard and Allison divorce, and he begins to live the glamorous bachelor life he always said he wanted.
The self-proclaimed king of all media is reportedly becoming a $100 million man.
In 2000, he signs a lucrative 5-year contract to continue his radio show. For the sake of his now teenage daughters, he imposes a radio silence on his love life. He is censoring himself in a way he never had to before.
I don't think he's stretching the envelope anymore. If you look,
he has nothing to do with this documentary. He hates this shit. That's now you get clear evidence.
Listen to a show on a consistent basis, it's basically all the same.
But in 2004, Howard once again finds himself at the center of a controversy. On February 24th, he interviews Rick Solomon, who videotaped himself having sex with Paris Hilton. The next day, Clear Channel Communications suspends Stern's radio show in 6 cities, saying Howard used explicit language. Talking about sex is nothing new on Howard's program, but broadcasters are coming under increased pressure to remove offensive content as the government cracks down on indecency in the wake of Janet Jackson's breast bare.
You got to remember, and we're wrapping this up right after. We've got like 2 minutes left here. That he's using this to sell subscriptions to Sirius. He loves this, so he's now painting himself as a First Amendment martyr. And Tamara, right? Everybody wants to be black until the police show up. Look at Justin Timberlake. Is he not the personification of this as he moonwalked away from this
my God.
accountability?
He totally cowered and apologized. I didn't know anything and threw Janet under the bus.
And the black community shunned him, right? To this day, we haven't forgotten.
Yes, they have.
They should. Court-ordered supervised visits indicate really crazy shit going on, like Ralph dealing drugs. And really, I mean, Emily had the OD. That's where she got it from. There's no question.
Yeah,
that weird implant. I know. Thank you, Quitter. I don't know what Sarah's thanking you for, but thank you, Quitter. Just in case.
You I You are the dream I never knew I had.
During performance at the Super Bowl. A short time later, Howard tells his listeners that he believes his suspension was politically motivated.
All I know is his beloved religious right and the fellowship.
Thank you, Shan Camp. So just as we're wrapping up here, this is all a ploy to sell Sirius subscriptions, to paint himself as the First Amendment martyr, and they're after me and Clear Channel and the Bush administration. It's all bullshit. He knew he was going to Sirius by this point.
Started by Ed Meese when he got out of prison. And the rest of these religious nuts are all partying because they've been organizing against me for years and years and years, and now it's all coming together under their president. Isn't it amazing that George Bush is so tied in with Clear Channel that just fired me because, by the way, guess who paid him all the money for that fakakta baseball team that he got into and suddenly made a $14 million profit, even though he ruined that team?
Clear Channel.
Clear Channel.
Clear Channel denies that politics played a part in the decision. Stern is later back on the air in those 6 cities on stations owned by Infinity, the company that syndicates his show.
Good morning, everybody.
But soon, Howard won't be on any.
Look at this shot. So he's coming out of the parking garage. Look at Jason as they meet him here. So look at this shit. This is he's such a Sasquatch.
But soon.
So look at this. He's coming out of the parking garage. There's Ronnie. There's Jason.
Howard won't be on any.
This is, you never get to see this.
AM or FM stations. In October 2004, he decides to move his show to satellite radio in 2006.
I have 2 full channels that I can program, and it's like a renaissance for me. It's a rebirth.
The phenomenon that's Howard Stern is far from over. But people have always wondered, who is the real Howard Stern?
The real one would be the guy on the air. And I say that because I've had a lot of introspection on this topic. I believe I'm role-playing in my everyday life.
Thank you, Bill.
And I think that the real Howard Stern is the
Chad.
guy on the air. I changed my opinion on that. That was my line for many years. I think
Ron Perlman and a giant black poodle attend a white party, says Sara. Oh, that's a great line.
I think it's important to own both sides of my personality, if you will. It's not fair to say that the guy on the radio is me and the guy off the radio isn't me. It's all me.
Even though it sounds like a cliche, I think there's truth in it. He says what everyone else is thinking.
I take people into my life. I take people into a journey of my life.
Oh, I know. You're so honest. Oh, you're so
that
honest.
I think few performers are willing to open up to.
What
The shock jock who has been exposing his private parts for more than 20 years is in a new phase of his life. And his fans are riveted, waiting, as always, to see what he will say next.
I'm going to take over the world, and everyone watch out. You're in big trouble.
It's Bill DeLego said it so best. I'm just a guy who wants all the money, and I want to put no work into the show, and you're going to pay for it. That's my credo to the fans. Who gives a fuck, Pink Sheet? Arm Doctor, thank you, Quitter Now. Thank you. Peace and love to everybody. Thank you, Tam Fran. And thank you, Tendrils.
Thank you,
Yeah, thank you, both of you, for a great time and some great commentary and some great perspective. Could not do this without you. I think Davyd will be back next week. We're going to do that Knicks show next week. Howard versus the Knicks. Boy, do I have stuff on that. Almost overwhelming to a degree. Thank you, guest host, for wasting your day, says Dr. Sara.
Thank you, Sarah.
Yes. With a grain of salt and kind of style of the decency thing. He knew he was leaving for Sirius Housing. Exactly. It used to be his advantage, to no doubt. And he was using that to promote it all the way to the bank, to the tune of $235 million bonus. And you can also thank Artie for that. Thank you, everyone. I love you all. I will see you next time. Tendrils, Tamara, you want to sing a Peebo Bryson song on the way out?
Oh, are we going to do a duet?
No, you're going to sing it solo because I lost my voice.
Wasn't the song Somewhere Out There? Did he do that song?
He did, but
with Linda Ronstadt. Somewhere.
How about I celebrate tonight? I celebrate.
You want that one? Okay.
Yeah.
Central, so you're gonna sing with me?
Well, I gotta pull up the lyrics.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Okay. Everyone ready? Thank you for a great show, Arm and Sarah.
Thank you, Tamfred. Thank you, Tendress. Thank you, chat. We love you all. If able, please donate via Cash App, upper left, Venmo, upper right, Buy Me a Coffee Fund in the center, Super Chats. We have our Patreon. Hit like and subscribe, everyone. I love you all. Take it, Tamfran.
Tonight, I celebrate my love. It seems the natural thing to do. Tonight, no one's gonna find us. We'll leave the world behind us. When I make love to you. Tonight, I celebrate my love for you. And hope that deep inside you'll feel it too.
Sarah, Sarah, no time is a good time for goodbye.
Terrific night.
Terrific.
Great night of bowling, by the way.
Yeah, we went out to a bowling alley.
Yeah.
And bowled. We had a fun time.
Bowling can be fun.
Well, he's on. They're dark this week.
Oh, they are. Oh, I didn't
Can you
know
believe people don't come into work 5 days a week?
when they have that fun job where they get to host the Tonight Show, you should never take a vacation if you have that fun job, right?
Would that be harder for you, or what you do, which is walk down 7 stairs and mumble? But would that be harder for you to go?
Yeah, but now your boyfriend Howard, he is actually a pussy.